Hem. Hem, hem. Oh, Jesus. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Impossible Coin. I am Brian Cartwright. I am joined from Hell's Front Door, Tegan Somerset.
Yep. Still fucking here. I hate it.
Tegan, I recently saw on Twitter, and I think it might even have been reposted by Rocky, I'm not sure, what appeared to be fan art of Ohio.
What kind of fan art is there of Ohio? Ohio's the bad place.
Yeah, but it was like a picture of, like, it looked like a cryptid along a highway with the hell is real sign in the background.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Probably,
yep, and I was
probably one of those corn people.
Like, corn people?
Don't go into the corn. Don't do it. If you see something in the corn, no, you didn't. Turn around and leave.
Is it like children thereof, or is it like people made of corn?
No, they're like, they're creatures that live in the cornfields.
No.
Yeah, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And that's not even, like, the big bog toad we got, which I think is, like, our official state cryptid, some kind of frog thing. I don't know.
Big bog toad?
Yeah. We got, like, a big bog toad. I don't know.
Does he have a good wisdom?
Probably not. I'm more concerned about the things in the corn that I'm not supposed to know about than, like, the toad.
Well, go ask the fucking toad about the things in the corn.
Only if he's not in the corn. I will only ask him if he is not in the corn.
He is unlikely to be in the corn, being that he is a big bog toad, and corn is not in the bog.
Oh, you never know.
Let's see here. I'm gonna... sorry. This dog is a situation.
The dog! What a good dog. We love the dog. It's okay, Buffy. It's happening. It happens every Sunday. It's okay.
Every Sunday.
Wait, speaking of every Sunday, so I just got off a plane, and I might have been delirious because it was 2 a.m., but my cousin showed me this track by Slim Thug that's a collaboration with Joel Osteen. I couldn't believe it. And, like, Joel Osteen has, like, 4 motivational verses in this hip-hop track. And allegedly, he told me that they played that on the radio in Houston 3 times a day because Slim Thug is the unofficial mayor of Houston and Joel Osteen is the unofficial pastor of Houston. This is real life.
Texas is weird.
Texas, well, a lot of things that are weird, teams, but I can't argue with you on that point.
I mean, hell may be in Ohio, but, like, Texas is weird.
Okay, all right. Sorry for that derail, folks. And reporting in live, having just gotten off a plane from America's hellish armpit back to America's belt buckle, Rocky Hardy.
You know what? I'm willing to write Waco as America's armpit. That makes sense to me.
I mean, I think that's real. It's real. You know, like, somebody needs to get some, like, tough Tinactin in there or something, or at least, like, some antibiotics. Like, it's good. We're a podcast.
Ostensibly about video games.
Yeah.
Allegedly about video games.
Oh, yeah.
I think that the specific phrase ostensibly about video games has been said enough that, like, Tegan was like, those are the next words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what those words mean, though, so it's fine.
So I think we've got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. Who wants to talk about stuff?
No, thank you.
Wait, did you say no thank you?
You heard me. I didn't stutter.
Why are you on a podcast?
Bro, I just work here, okay? I show up on Sundays, I do my thing, and then I leave. All right? If that thing doesn't really involve talking about my stuff, who are you to judge, Mr. Cartwright?
He makes good points.
I'm kidding. I played the Live Alive demo. It was all right.
What do you mean it was just all right, though?
It was all right. It's a video game. Actually, you know what? It's not. It's like several video games. It kind of reminds me of like the first video game that I ever played, which was Super Mario All Stars, where there was just like 6 video games in the thing, and like Live Alive seems to be several video games that are little micro RPGs, and like they share similar mechanics, but they ask you to do different things with them, and that's pretty cool. I only played the demo, so I only touched like the first chapter of 3 of the 8 sections. But the game already exists if you have a Super Nintendo and I guess like a really rare copy of Live a Live. But yeah, it seems cool. I don't know if I want to pay $50 for it personally, but like it seems cool. I hope whoever plays it has fun with it.
So are you telling me it's not as good as fucking Octopath or the other one?
So I think it's a good video game, and I think it's in a similar space. I just think it's a very different thing. Octopath was like 8 characters in a shared world that seem to share a like connected journey. And like maybe Live a Live is connected, but at the moment it doesn't look like they interact with each other at all. It looks like there's just like 8 separate stories. Like the 3 chapters that were available in the demo was a Shifu seeking a disciple to carry his kung fu into the next generation. So you go around, you fight some shit, you pick up some disciples, and then you take them back to your mountain to train. And that was the end of the demo. And then like the other one is you're a shinobi trying to rescue a dude, and so you're running through like a Japanese fortress to try to rescue this dude. And like you still have the same combat mechanics, I suppose, but like fighting isn't really the thing you want to do because you're not super strong unless you like literally kill everything, which takes longer and I guess would eventually get really tedious. So like you really just want to stealth your way around the place. And so like it's different. Like it's the similar tools are there, the menus look the same, but like the game asks you to do different stuff and it bent itself to make that more, I guess, like accessible. And then the third one I haven't gotten all the way through yet, but allegedly you're a robot in a space station. I'm assuming you have to do robot things. I don't know yet.
A thing I can say is that this video game is eventually going to thread the needle and connect the experiences. It takes its absolute sweet time getting there.
That's illegal. Video games aren't allowed to take their time anymore. I demand payoff immediately.
Well, I can't wait to talk about compulsion loops, Deegan.
Oh my god.
Oh, god.
What is a compulsion loop? Why does that sound like a roller coaster? Compulsion loop literally sounds like it should be a roller coaster.
I saw like a water slide on the internet that's apparently has several tubes that are just like that like weave around but like looped into a wheel.
Oh.
They push you into like one side of the slide and they just kind of rotate the wheel as you go through like different like slide loops apparently. I don't know what that's about. It looks lit though.
That sounds dangerous. Hey, that sounds like a bad place for water slides to be going. Someone built that in Roller Coaster Tycoon and went, there weren't enough deaths on this for me to not make it a reality.
Oh man, I wonder what the threshold is. Like, do you have to get to 0 deaths over a certain amount of time in your like a Roller Coaster Tycoon, or is like 5 per like 1,000 rides acceptable?
I think that depends on your park. Like there was that one theme park that somebody built that was only 1 ride, but like it lasted 17 years because it was all track, and so everyone who rode it died. But because there was so much like, oh, allegedly you die on this ride, like people kept coming to the park to ride the only ride available, which also took you underground for 17 years.
So, that makes me think about the euthanasia coaster.
Is that where you put like your beloved pets to have one wild ride before they die? Is that what we're talking about right now?
No, the euthanasia coaster is a hypothetical roller coaster designed by Julie Jonas Urbanas, and the idea of the coaster is that it's a roller coaster that would only take 3 minutes 20 seconds to complete its path through 7 inversions, but the inversions that it completes gets up to 10G, and so because it gets up to 10G, that's lethal to humans and will kill them. And so, like, his idea, like when he has talked about this coaster, is he's like, there's people out there who are dying and have a right to die, and like right now their choices are things like pills and various like drip fed medicines, and they do not use the electric chair for euthanasia. But he's like, death should be an experience and part of life. And so, like, he said that the euthanasia coaster would kill people with elegance and euphoria.
Okay. What if I don't want to die with elegance and euphoria, though?
Then don't get on the ride.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
As long as this is just one in my like series of treatment options, I'm fine with that.
Like it's like end of life counseling. Okay, so we could put you to sleep, but also there's this roller coaster in this one place, and it's gotten some good reviews.
Oh my god. Put Grandpa on it and he died immediately. Like, what the fuck? Hello?
10 out of 10.
Oh god, I wonder if like instead of having like a spot where they take a single photo like a Disney ride, they just have like they just have like a camera that just runs the whole time.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Because they got to report the time of death to somebody. I'm assuming that's what they need for the death certificate. So
the back of each seat is equipped with a GoPro.
Oh shit. Like, it's not even just you on the coaster. It's like you and like 16 other people who have also agreed to die on this ride. Oh my god.
Well, in his design, it holds up to 24 people, so like you get into the thing sitting beside somebody else. Like,
what do? You sit there while they're doing like the seatbelt checks or whatever. It's like, what do you got? Cancer. What do you got? Like,
there would be some real fucking shenanigans, dude. Like, there would be some people like fucking freebasing on it.
Jesus.
Like, because what else are they're gonna die. They've decided that this is the end of their life. And they're gonna do some wacky bullshit on this fucking roller coaster, and then someone's gonna have to clean it, and the people on it are dead. Like, holy shit, worst job. At least like bottom 10, right?
You can't freebase on this ride because in addition to having to like clean up the mess that you make, they'd also have to clean up the loved ones of the other people around you. So like, maybe don't do that.
But I'm just saying, who's gonna stop them? Like, they're dead. They have they no longer have consequences after the ride starts. So like if they could start freebasing like a minute into the ride before they actually hit 10G, and then like, or like, I guess like, it's 3 minutes long, so they don't have a lot of time. Like, so like ketamine probably won't work, but maybe like salvia, I guess.
Oh no.
You could probably hit DMT in that moment too, if it's already like prepped or whatever. Oh man. I'm just thinking about like an old man getting on there who just like drank like some shroom tea like 3 hours ago.
Some like 800-year-old man who's like, time to finally smoke crack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they would also end up in some situations where like someone would like set up like an execution and like someone would just be drugged out of their mind. So like they would assume that they were on there because they're terminal or whatever, and it's just like the mob snuck some guy high out of his mind so he couldn't argue about it, and then it's like an investigation. I don't know. I feel like it would get shut down pretty quick. Does it? It's a theoretical coaster. It doesn't actually exist.
Right.
But like I think like it would some shit like that would happen.
It's already been theoretically shut down. We created this theoretical roller coaster, and already the feds have shut it down.
So like, because Roller Coaster Tycoon like respects and understands things like G-forces, if you build the euthanasia coaster according to the euthanasia coaster specs in Roller Coaster Tycoon, it will kill everybody who gets on it in 3 minutes 20 seconds. That's just one of those things where you don't have to sit there. You don't have to send them underground for 17 days, Rocky. You don't have to starve them out. You could just cause an aneurysm in their brain and clean them off. So you can still build that one ride coaster, but have lower electric bills. So there you go.
I mean, that's efficiency. That's capitalism at work.
Okay. God, I'm so glad we have capitalism at work stories today. Oh God, we have a capitalism at work story so bad that two different friends of the show reached out to me about the story.
Amazing! I can't wait to get there.
All right, do we just want to?
We can let Brian do a little tease as a treat. A little tease as a treat. That's fine. But Brian has been teasing us on Twitter because he got a Steam Deck.
That's fair. We can lean into that.
And then he said nothing about the Steam Deck on Twitter. I haven't seen a single goddamn tweet about it. Hello? Where is it? Where's the tweet?
Oh, I was saving it for this space. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, that's fair, but
because I did the same thing with my Playdate.
You did.
Yeah.
I think I yelled at you about that too.
So as you can see, y'all, I have brought a variety of topics for banter, and I don't know what is easier for Rocky, if I lead with the things that are video game related, or if I lead with the things that are not video game related. Then I'm going to lead with the things that are not video game related. First, I would like to talk about my dog.
Hello, dog.
So, yes. She, I think I might have mentioned her vision problems on the show before. She has cataracts. And she went to the doggy eye doctor on Monday.
Does she need doggy glasses?
Better taken, she's going to have doggy cataract surgery. So, first thing that had to happen is the doggy eye doctor met her and said that she's in remarkably good shape and eyes seem good. But her eyes had some swelling because of her diabetes. But the swelling need to be treated first, so that way the doggy eye doctor could get a good, clean scan of her retinas, make sure her retinas are in good enough shape for the surgery. So the first step is $330 eye drops.
Wow!
It's phase one. Everybody on board with that? Everybody ever got that number? Okay. So then, after she takes her $330 eye drops for 3 weeks, she will then return for the doggy retina scan for the princely sum of $1,250. Yeah. And once her retinas are cleared, she will then have doggy cataract surgery, which will be about $4,000. But it feels worth it. Because right now she has no circadian rhythm because of her fucked up vision. And so there have been multiple nights in the last several weeks where my sleep has been completely shot at night, because she'll rise at midnight and be like, time to tell everyone I can't see shit for the next 7 hours.
I'm sorry it's not funny. It's not funny. The phrasing is very funny.
And there was even a day where she was doing that so much that I ended up calling out of work because I was there's just no way I can sit in fucking 6 hours of meetings today and not fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
because she has been going all night. And so, like, she'll be more comfortable and, like, be able to engage with the world better. And, like, Beth and I will be more comfortable because she won't be carrying on all the time. What's funny is that, like, the $330 eye drops, which she's taking just to reduce the swelling, have already, like, caused, like, a improvement in her vision because, like, as the swelling in her eyes goes down, it means that her peripheral vision is better.
Oh, okay.
Which means that, like, she's doing less, like, bumping into walls because now she can, like, see around the edges of her
frame. Yeah.
Yeah.
Aw, what a good dog.
Yeah. So it's one of those things, and like I was like talking to my dad earlier this week on the phone about Buffy, and he was like, he's like, Ryan, your dog is a good dog. She's like a cat.
What?
Like he's very much a cat person.
Oh, okay.
So his endorsement of her being like a cat is definitely him, like, saying that he likes this dog. And then he's like, and it makes me sad to hear that she can't see right, and so please let me pay for her cataract surgery. And I'm like, Dad, Dad, like, you know, Beth and I are, you know, we're doing okay, you know, like, and I've got a pretty good job and stuff. Like, I don't need you to pay for this dog cataract surgery. He's like, well, he's like, I've got money and I feel like I want to help. And he's like, and pets make me happy, and pets make you happy, and make your sister happy. And, you know, pets are good. And like he just went on and on and on about wanting to, like, pay for, like, pet medical care. And it was just one of those things where, like, you know, it like was a moment that, like, made me, like, feel, you know, like, connected to my dog and connected to my dad. And, like, everybody at work asked about Buffy's vision, like, because they've all heard her bork during meetings. Like they knew her trip to the eye doctor was. Like, I sent a short video of her snoozing on the couch to my coworkers. They all loved it. So I don't know. It's just I love my dog update. I'm just glad that we could do this for her. Although dog glasses would be hilarious to get. They really would.
I just think they're funny. Dog glasses are so funny.
Do they make dog glasses?
They do. They do. They also make dog hearing aids.
I mean, that seems easy enough, but, like, the dog glasses.
Yeah, they make little doggy glasses. They just, like, go around the hair. You know how, like, they make dog goggles for, like, when your dog is on a motorcycle and stuff?
Right.
It's like that, but, like, little prescription lenses. It's very cute.
I'm sorry, I'm now looking at pictures of dogs wearing prescription glasses.
Isn't that great? Aren't they great? God damn it.
Oh, this is great. This is great.
Humans are actually kind of okay.
Yeah.
You know? You make glasses for dogs. We are kind of okay.
Yeah. It's kind of like whenever I see, like a cat who has paralysis, and they get, like, the cat a wheelchair, and it just turns into the zooming maniac. You know, like, here's the cat wheelchair. Zoom. Yeah, so if we could make, like, chariot-style wheelchairs for cats and glasses for dogs, there's hope for us as a species.
Mm-hmm.
Pivoting from that, now that Atlanta is over, here comes Brian's 2 new updates on shows that no one else is watching, that no one else cares about. First up is The Bear, which is all out, so this is the only Bear update you'll get. The Bear is very good. I like The Bear a lot. It's about this, like, classically trained chef who specializes in like French style cuisine, who is from Chicago originally, and his brother back home commits suicide, and so then he inherits his brother's Italian beef restaurant, and it is all about like this guy's like turmoil and inner conflict and pathos and all the shit that happens in like um in like when working in like a kitchen. And uh it's really nuts to like see the way people who work in kitchens react to this show. um I saw some people who work in kitchens like say like, yeah, I can't watch The Bear, I get fucking triggered. um it's too real, it's too accurate. And like that was one of the first things like jumped out at me watching it. Like I have a friend who um like is a fine chef, went to the CIA, etc. And he's like, yeah, this is it, they've got it, like you just get used to like people shouting like all day and corner 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 behind constantly like in restaurants. And um the way like like people do more like smoking and drugs in restaurants than like in fucking 50% of rock bands in this country. So it's just like it's like that. It's just that is the way kitchens are. Like you want to see people who like live hard. Like don't go to a nightclub. Go to my kitchen. Um, and the Bear is like definitely has that. The Bear also has like this character on the show named Sydney, who is like very um bright-eyed and enthusiastic and has lots of good ideas. And she's like, yeah, working in this kitchen can be a healthy thing. And it's like, oh no, Sydney. um and just like watching the way she gets like repeatedly crushed on the show by like various like different things, like how she wants to like add a risotto to the menu, and like the owner, like the main character's just like, it's not ready, Sydney. Like your risotto's not ready. Um, and like the way other people like are like nasty to her in the restaurant because she wants to create a more respectful working environment. Like just like that's so good. There's the one guy who works in the restaurant who's been like dealing coke out back.
Amazing.
Yes, so much. And then there's like the one guy whose job is to like bake bread for the restaurant, who's like absolutely obsessed with like making the perfect donut. And like at one point in the show, like somebody like Marcus, have you been sleeping in the restaurant? Are you homeless, Marcus? He's like, no, I'm not homeless, but I've been sleeping here so I can be here earlier to work on getting the donut tighter. He's like starting his day like several hours earlier to like get back into like donut workshopping and donut theory. Yeah, and I'm like, fuck, like these kind of like layers of obsession or fuck offery. Like the guy dealing coke out the back, the guy obsessed with the donut, the guy who just wants the kitchen to be less toxic, the chef on the verge of an emotional collapse. I'm like, yup, like it just
Just remind you of what it was like to work in a real restaurant.
I have not done much working in a restaurant in my life, but I have. And like inside of a kitchen is, oh, it's a hellscape. It's a fucking hellscape. It's a fucking hellscape. Have either of you ever worked in the kitchen?
I did catering, so kind of. It's only kind of working in a kitchen when it's catering.
Rocky, what kind of kitchen did you work in?
Just local Mexican spot. Wasn't high end.
A Taco Bell.
Fuck off, Tegan.
Whoa.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna disrespect Taco Bell, and I think the people that work there are cool, and the company is surprisingly good to them, but that is not where I worked, and it's still a personal insult.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
On this show, we do respect Taco Bell, but not Glenn Bell, the founder of Taco Bell. Fuck that guy. Yeah. Fucking thief.
What?
No, I just remember this fucking TikTok where like this guy's like, hey, yeah, so I've been working on myself after the breakup, and I've been really getting into credit card fraud. And they're like, what? It's like, yeah, like, look, when Jenny broke up with me, she told me I'm gonna spend some time looking to see who I really am. You should do the same, and I did it. I found out I'm a thief. And like, there's a guy in the background. It's like, yeah, that's beautiful.
You know what? Good for them.
Oh God.
Here is the other show that I have experienced, which I just felt the need to unburden myself about. This guy named Nathan Fielder, who apparently a bunch of people already are familiar with, from a show called Nathan For You that I did not watch, has a new show called The Rehearsal. And this show, like, unbalanced my brain and had me yelling at my television. So the purpose of the show is that he put this, like, very minimalist, nondescript ad on Craigslist in New York. And all the ads said was, is there something in your life that you regret? Is there something in your life that you wish you could change? Please respond to this ad. That's it. Right. And so this guy responds, and the guy's name who responds, like, sounds like a made up fake PC name, like a player character name in a video game. This guy responds, his name is Core Skeet. And Core Skeet tells Nathan Fielder, like, yes, the thing in my life that I regret is that every week I play bar trivia, and I've been playing bar trivia for 12 years. And the thing that I regret is I've lied to my bar trivia team for the last 12 years about having a master's degree. I don't have a master's degree. They all think I have a master's degree. Some of them are sending me job listings which require a master's, and I just don't know how to tell them that I never had a master's degree. They all have advanced degrees, and so I got really embarrassed and just told them I have a master's. And Nathan Fielder is like, here's the plan. Is there a particular person on your bar trivia team that you're most attached to, that you think this will be the most difficult to tell? He's like, yes. He's like, Linda. I really like Linda. She's the most important to me. And I was like, all right, then we're going to rehearse telling Linda. So Nathan Fielder finds out what bar this guy normally plays bar trivia with Linda at, and then proceeds to have a perfect replica, full size, of the bar built inside of a warehouse. So like there is the bar, like everything's the same, like working plumbing, all the taps behind the counter work. He then has he places another, like, he finds out that, like, Linda is like a aspiring blogger, and so he specifically sends her like a job offer to go do an interview for a blog, which she takes. But little does she know that the reason that she's actually on this assignment is the person that she's interviewing for a blog is an actor who has been hired to play Linda because of physical resemblance in rehearsals with Core. And the woman is like talking with Linda so that way she can learn Linda's mannerisms. And so, like, Nathan Fielder, like, builds a decision tree.
What the
With-
fuck? Hello?
Oh,
Yes.
Teeks, have you not seen Nathan For You ever?
No.
Okay,
This sounds absolutely nutty.
Well, it is. Yeah, it's Nathan Fielder.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
go
so
ahead.
Oh, okay.
right, so
Cool.
He builds a decision tree with Core, on how he's going to break it to Linda that he never had a master's degree. But then Nathan's like, he's like, I noticed something seemed off with Core, and so I asked him, and Core says that he can't, he won't be able to concentrate on telling Linda the truth if they're losing bar trivia. At which point, Nathan contacts the guy who runs the bar trivia at this local bar, and through another employee, and says like, oh yeah, we're gonna run this thing which will like nationally broadcast your bar trivia. We just need to pre-record your bar trivia for that night, so that way we can have the nationwide participants watch along. And so now he has all of the answers for that night's bar trivia, at which point he proceeds to go on these walks with Core Skeet, where they'll like organically encounter things that will give him the answers to the various answers that night. They reach they're like walking along the sidewalk and they get cut off on somebody on a recumbent bike, and like Nathan Fielder's like, I sure do hate recumbent bicycles, and then it turns out like the first question is like, this kind of bicycle allows the rider to lay down. And so like they encounter like everything they encounter on their walks gives him answers to the bar trivia. So the show does this reveal where Nathan Fielder's like, I am anxious and I'm not very good with people, and I believe that I was going to fail this. And so before I ever introduced myself to Core Skeet, after receiving his message from Craigslist, I sent people impersonating the gas company to his apartment, saying that they were investigating a gas leak. And so when they went to his apartment, they took full-size scans and photos of all of his furniture. So that way, in the same warehouse where I built the full-size replica of the bar to practice with, built his replica of an apartment so that way Nathan Fielder could practice meeting Core Skeet with an actor pretending to be Core Skeet.
Yeah, this is like if Alex Hitchens had ADHD. This is kind of amazing.
And so then they show like comparisons between like when Nathan Fielder practices the interaction of meeting Core Skeet with the actor playing Core Skeet and his actual meeting with Core Skeet. And there's like various points like during various different interactions with Core Skeet where like someone will just like happen to be there in some capacity or not. Like at one point he goes like swimming with him, like after they go, like he asked Core Skeet to go skeet shooting because his last name is Skeet. He's like, your last name is Skeet, let's go skeet shooting. And he's like, little did Core know, I had the guns loaded ahead of time with blanks so we would both fail, hoping that we would bond over our shared failure. And then they go swimming, and like when they go swimming, eventually this like old fat guy gets in the pool, and then like Nathan Fielder like reveals like, I hired that old fat man to get in that pool that exact moment. So that yes, and so like we have all of like the practice with like fake Core Skeet before meeting Core Skeet. We have the like the various like walks where there is the people with like delivering answers to bar trivia. There's the fake Linda interviewing the real Linda to learn her mannerisms. There's the building the decision tree. When he does, when they do the full on like dry run just before he like actually does tell Linda. They hire a bunch of extras so that way, like the bar is completely full. Like he walks into a full bar, like, and so like it's not just him and one other person in an empty room. Like there are people in there like eating and drinking, and it's like to one create the experience of the bar. And then at the end of the fucking episode, Nathan Fielder says to Korsky, like, Korsky, I'm sorry, I have to confess something to you. I secretly trained you to know all of the answers to tonight's bar trivia, so that way you wouldn't have to worry about knowing the answers. You could just focus on telling Linda your truth. At which point, like, Korsky gets incredibly angry. Yeah. And he's like, how dare you take that from me? Like, it just makes none of this real. And then Nathan Fielder just like sits here with like this like weird little small shit-eating expression. And he's just like, I just want to let you know that like I really admire you, Korsky, and that it's a personal failure of mine that I don't tell people that I admire them enough. And like Korsky's like, what am I supposed to do with that? Like, and they're just like, end episode. And it was just like the most bizarre and surreal thing with these various like entire full-size buildings that got built. All of these different actors, people who just seem like background people, and you're like, okay, I guess there's an old fat guy getting in the pool. You're like, no, that old fat guy is getting in the pool, so that way, Nathan Fielder can then have a conversational reason to say like, hey, why don't we wrap up swimming now? Like that it's just like, what in the fucking world? Like, as somebody who has never watched Nathan For You, I was completely unprepared for how fucking unhinged this was.
That makes sense. Yeah. Did you ever watch Whitest Kids You Know?
Yeah. I just this the warehouse, Rocky, the warehouse.
It's OD.
Yeah.
I don't know. Fielder's like that. I remember there was one thing that he did on Nathan For You where he was going to do a magic trick like fucking Chris Angel or whatever, and he needed to like release himself from some restraints before some device would like pull down his pants, which would expose him or expose his genitals, I suppose, to a bleachers full of like school-age children, and he had a police officer on standby to immediately arrest him and register him as a sex offender.
What the fuck?
And that was just like one sketch in Nathan For You. Like that was, there's hundreds of them. And like, I'm cool that he got like, I think it's cool that he got a show where he could just make like episode long sketches. Like, good for him, I guess. Tegan, I know this is ridiculous. I'm going to send you the video. You can watch it on your own time. It's totally fine. But like,
Okay.
yeah, it was big ridiculous.
Yeah.
It takes just about the same amount of time for you to die on that coaster. So, maybe they could just wait.
Oh my god. That is how I will die on the goddamn coaster.
Oh my god.
Actually, you're going to miss the last 13 seconds. You don't know if he does it or not. So, like, GG's, I guess. I guess they could start it before the ride actually starts to give you that 13 seconds. It seems fair. This seems just.
That's what they do, is they start it right before, like, during the safety check.
Yeah. God, someone's going to miss their fucking seatbelt. I know they are.
And so, like, I mean, obviously the name of this show is The Rehearsal, and, like, each week he is going to help somebody rehearse for a major thing in their life, which is, like, filled with regret. And I'm just like, how, like, it was emotionally exhausting to watch this once.
Yeah,
I can't imagine watching this
weekly or whatever.
See, I want to see what your stamina looks like when you get through the show. I really do. I want to see what that's like.
Yeah, I'm just like, what the fuck? like, what in the actual shit? Like they showed just like a little teaser of like next week, and like he's right back at it. Like, it looks like this time he's like building a 2-story house with like a wraparound porch in the fucking warehouse, and I'm just like, oh my god. I just I don't like. What lured me in is like when this thing like aired with like very little like advance promotion, because he wanted very little advance promotion for this because he just wanted to drop and have it melt people's brains. And so when it aired, I just kept on seeing people on Twitter being like, I just watched the rehearsal, my brain is leaking out my fucking ear. And I'm like, what in the world is this? And I just kept on seeing people talking about it like they're like, I just watched the show and I don't understand why I'm upset. I watched the show.
I don't understand why I'm upset. That sounds right. That's the Nathan Fielder experience.
Yep.
And like and the thing is like I kind of feel like I've been missing out because I'm like, this guy's a fucking maniac.
Oh yeah, no, Brian, you should watch Nathan For You. I think you'd love it. I think it would melt your brain, but you'll put it together again and it'll be something better. And I want that for you, personally.
Oh.
I think that could be great.
Well, awesome. Thank you. I have one more non-videoed game topic for us today, which is this fucking article that ran in the New York Times. And it so the New York Times ran an article with the headline, "Can't talk, I'm busy being hot."
Okay.
Yep. That's your headline.
And it didn't come from like 2003. It wasn't written by Nicole Richie.
No. Hem. I will now share with you the opening of this article that, much like Nathan Fielder, broke me. A 28-year-old editor and filmmaker in Brooklyn was eating spaghetti when she had a realization. She was being hot. She posted a 7-second video of herself twirling pasta. It inspired at least one marriage proposal. She's one of many who are expanding the definition of hotness and pushing for a broader understanding of the term. Hotness is no longer in the eye of the beholder. It is a mood. It is a vibe.
Hello? What?
Ah!
Sorry?
Ah! You see, Tegan, this is how I know you're not one of the youngs. Like,
I mean, I understand, but like, why did we have to write a New York Times article about this?
I don't think New York Times deserves any sort of like, what's the word? I'm just going to say ethos because I can't think of the word I actually want to use right now.
I mean, I don't think they should get any like flowers for this or whatever, but like
I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't think New York Times like earnestly deserves any sort of respect journalistically at the present day.
Hmm.
and so like, I dig further into this piece, and like that took enough hassle because I'm not the one in the house with the New York Times login, and so I had to like get it from Beth. And boy, this article is stupid. And it just goes on and on and on about the whole idea that someone can be hot, free, like the premise of the piece is that like one can be hot free of observed reality. That like you could sit in a room with the lights off with no one looking at you, alone, and you are hot.
Yeah.
Alone and dark in the room with no one looking at you.
Yeah.
And so like,
are these people just discovering self-esteem? Is that what's going on?
It's
okay.
And so like, it's like, I guess that's the thing that like frustrates me, Tegan, is that like once upon a fucking time, we had different words for things which had meaning and value. And so, like, the idea that you're describing, Tegan, is perfectly captured by the word that you used, self-esteem. But, like, hotness is like a concept which describes observed reality, right?
Usually. Go on.
Oh, and so that's my, I guess that's my quarrel with the piece.
That is no longer tied to observed reality.
We have special language for self-observed reality.
No, I get that, and that quarrel is valid. I'm still okay with this specifically because I think hotness being a part of observed reality hasn't done any good. Like, in particular. And I don't care for this article, like, I don't care for the New York Times, but I have seen this phenomenon where, like, people have been, like, essentially reclaiming hotness. I initially wanted to say from the male gaze, but I think what is actually happening is that they're reclaiming hotness from observed reality. It's not a thing that someone can give to you that they can impose upon you by looking at you. Instead, it's something that you can claim for yourself.
They're taking it back from the social media spheres.
Right, and they're melting it into self-esteem. And I'm okay with that, I think, personally. I think that can be ostensibly a good thing.
And Rocky, like, I think your first instinct was right there to tie it to the male gaze. Because, like, a lot of times when you, like, keep on pressing people for additional adjectives and further description of, like, the notions of hot, they're very much tied to, like, cis het male ideas of fuckability.
Generally,
like,
so, yes.
Right. And, like, I think that, like hot is a thing that, like, exists in, like, a broad, like, something which is going to start my motor, is not necessarily something which is going to, like, start someone else's motor, nor should it. And so, like, so when I see, like communities trying to divorce the term from, like, cis het male terms, and there's like she's hotter, he's hotter, they're hot, and just like and talking about the things that they find hot about people. Like, I'm like, great, yeah, like, you know, claim this fucking territory, you know, like, it just, the idea of, like, men telling other men that what makes women valuable is that they're, like, you know, like, 19-year-old slender hourglasses who are deeply fertile is, like, fucking bad, and that, like,
it's also creepy.
Yeah.
In case no one's told any man who may be listening to this podcast, that's creepy, don't do it.
That's creepy, don't do it.
Right. In fact, like, I have long been a proponent on this show of the difference between good horny and bad horny. That is bad horny. It's bad horny. Don't do it. You know, when your body smiles, make sure it's for the right reasons.
You know what? I don't particularly endorse that sentence, but I understand what you're saying.
The energy behind it is correct.
Yeah.
The sentence itself is bad.
Wait, are y'all coming for the phrase "when your body smiles"?
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
Okay, I'm not doing that today. What I'm doing is that, like, making sure that it's for the right reasons, and I refuse to condone an authority, pretend that it exists, or own that myself.
Oh, God. Oh, yes. No. Like, I do not want to condone an authority. Like, I think that's a very good point, Rocky. But I think that, once again, like, people should be good governors of themselves.
They should be
like-
horny in a way that doesn't hurt people. That
Right,
makes sense.
right.
It's just like there are parts of that where I know that it's wrong, but I'm not a Supreme Court justice that can say like just because I know that it's wrong, this is the law. Like I don't know what the law should be, but what I'm saying is that
Right.
don't hurt people. All right.
Right.
Don't, like
And so like so what I guess what I'm driving at is that like I think that I have to swing back around to words have power, words have meaning, and also think about how like part of the problem in like broader cultural conversations that we've had over the last few years is that like words have stopped having value when they get overused for the wrong reasons, and that like, and it's just like, no, it's just like, are we just fucking saying that now?
No, okay, about that in particular. Like, I think this is a personal thing. So you don't like. I understand if you're not with me where I'm at, but like, there was definitely a period of my life where I was like absolutely fascinated with old words. That there were words for things that we just simply didn't use anymore because, someone decided that they were out of touch, that we didn't need them on the day-to-day. And there was a limit to our vocabulary. But I think there is immense value in like taking words that don't serve us and turn them into something else. And I think that's more of what's happening with this hot girl situation, that like there was a thing, like there was an idea of a hot girl that didn't make us better. It hurt more people than it helped, I think, specifically. And so there were enough people that decided to take it and use it as something else. And I think all of us have the right to do that at any given moment. And if enough of us jump on that bandwagon, something starts to change. And so like if that's something that we don't particularly agree with, I think that's fine. And I think we're able to fight about it. But I think their option to try to like reclaim a word like should exist, and if we have a problem with it, it should simply be challenged rather than questioning its existence.
Okay, all right. No, I am interested in all of the things you were saying, Rocky. Let me provide an example of what I'm talking about, where like words had specific meaning, and then because we felt the need to like run all over them as a culture, the words started to have less of a meaning, and then ultimately got depowered in a meaningful way. I present to you the phrase emotional labor.
Okay, no, that's fair. Yeah. I know. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Right. Emotional labor has historically a very, very specific meaning, which is associated with the real measurable physical and social labor, which is like asked culturally of women, usually involved with like child rearing, housekeeping, etc. And it's like there was a defined social meaning to the phrase, and then all of a sudden, lazy shitheads on the internet decided that they would use the phrase to describe not wanting to go over to their friend Steve's house. And it's like that phrase meant something, and now when people use it, most people just think people are being an asshole.
Okay, no, I get that. Like, assholes have corrupted the meaning of the phrase that had something very specific.
Right.
So, I do agree that's a real problem. I'm not sure if that precludes assholes or supposed assholes from using it. It's definitely a complicated issue with no clear solution.
Yeah, no, again, like I'm also there with you too, Rocky, because like the idea that like hotness is culturally loaded and bad, but can be very powerful and good is, I think, potent. But I also think that there is value in separating discussion of self-measurement and self-perception from like community perception and community appreciation, because like I really don't want people like going to like mental health care professionals and being like, I just don't think I'm hot. It's it's going to get weird.
Honestly, I'm actually also okay with that. And I think that's specifically because psychology as a whole is a young discipline. Like, I agree that, like, if someone shows up with the wrong symptoms to a doctor, right? If they somehow, like, confuse a cough with, like, an actual, like, obstruction in their like, throat or their lungs, that will delay their treatment and do them more harm.
Right.
That makes sense. However, I think that, like, psychology has so little understanding of, like, the things that they're actually reckoning with, and that's not an insult on psychology. It's a statement about where the discipline is and, like, how well they understand, like, the brain, emotion, and, like, humanity as it interacts with an ever-changing world. That, like, I think mental health professionals should be able to wrestle with this. Like, I'm not saying that it's because I want to throw them to the wolves. It's because I know that there are talented, young, knowledgeable, focused individuals that are interested in helping people however they can, that they will be able to parse this knowledge. There are definitely older people on like a different part of, like, psychology, like the people who write for Psychology Today, I would say, that will just, like, consider it gibberish and dismiss it and just, like, prescribe the old stuff, and they won't be able to help them. But I don't think that's the majority of the field right now. And that is a concern, and it could potentially lead to harm. I think that curveball is something that will ultimately lead to the discipline's growth, which will help more people. Because they are definitely articulating something specific, and while I do think it's tangentially connected to stuff like self-esteem or, like, self-worth, but I don't think it's that precise, personally. Like, I do think they're involved, and it's arguable that may be a closer path to where they're going, but I'm not sure. Because, again, most people that know about psychology, like, don't even know about, like, the space, but like psychology hasn't even had, like, its penicillin moment yet. You know what I mean?
Right.
And like, once you get there, then we'll be able to talk about other things. But, like, until then, like, we're not much better than phrenology. Like, we're better than phrenology. Like, we know that, like, there isn't a part of the brain that specifically dissects math or whatever. But, like, we're not much better than that currently. And, like, maybe this will help it. Maybe this will inspire some person to get mad enough to get there. And I'm interested in that. I'd like to see that happen.
As a random aside, I'm just inspired by you invoking phrenology. It just makes me think about how much I lose my shit every time I see the Leonardo DiCaprio phrenology scene in Django Unchained. Oh my god, just Jesus fucking Christ.
He was really swinging for it too. Like, that was the thing. He could have just showed up and, like, I'm not doing this. But, like, he kind of, like, thought about the moment and, like, the person that he was playing. He's like, you know what, this guy would believe this. I'm going to do this the best I can. And we all hated him for it, and I think that's correct. I think that's where we need to be.
Media needs to be comfortable with the perception of villains. That's an entirely different conversation we're going to have today. Yeah, but oh my god, so the New York Times spaghetti lady, I was like, all right, I'm curious. I went and I looked at her Twitter after reading the article, and after I read this article, and I looked at her Twitter, like, here's a thing she tweeted, Rocky and Tegan, and I want to ask the panel, is this a hot tweet?
Like a hot take or like a sexy tweet?
I think the latter.
Okay.
Okay, or I guess if we're talking about, like, this broad, you know what, we're going to apply both definitions of a hot here. Like one which is a sexy thing, and the other one is, like, more of a general goodness. Should I mint the video of me eating spaghetti that was in the New York Times? She's talking about making a fucking NFT of the video of her eating spaghetti.
I mean, that's not hot, but honestly, if Nicole Richie saw it in 2013, she would say it was hot. And so that gives me some weird wiggle room here. But, like, you know, in the present day, in this moment, Rocky Hardy on fucking July 17th, 11:29 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, that shit is not hot. Get the fuck out of here, Danya.
No, you shouldn't mint it. Not the least because NFTs are terrible for the environment. But you should have posted it on TikTok or OnlyFans. And I don't know why you didn't. You fucking idiot.
And
if you think you're being hot and you think you can make money on it, post it on a platform that is designed for you to make money on it. You know? Jesus.
I cannot wait to talk about monetization. We have such a great monetization conversation today. Here's the last thing I'll say about this New York Times piece that I hated, is that, like, this New York Times piece is kind of taking the general position that, like, Rocky is taking about the idea of it being more about, like, personal definition and self-definition and definition that happens in isolation.
Yeah.
And again, this article is about this specific woman eating specific fucking spaghetti, right?
No, I get that. I understand that.
And so here is their lead quote from her in the article. You don't have to ask for permission to be hot online. You can take up space and perform and create your own power dynamics between yourself and your audience. I think that being hot online is sort of pure and debatably what social media was designed for. So the whole idea of, like, the premise of the article, the essential premise of the article is that, like, hotness exists in a void and does not require an observer in order to exist.
Mm-hmm.
And then the quote from the fucking subject of the article is about how hotness requires some kind of audience. This whole idea of, like, power dynamics between you and your audience, you know, posting on social media platforms. So she is talking about having, existing in an observed space.
And so,
I think there's an important distinction between observed and observable here. Like, because I mean, if you post a hot video and no one looks at it, you could have still been hot in it, just no one could have proved it. Like, it's one of those, like, you know, if a tree falls in, like, a forest and no one hears it, does it still make a sound?
Right. Does the Pope sit in the woods? Yeah.
Right. But, like, you know, like, even if we don't hear it, we know that, like, you know, it still happened. Like, we know that about observable reality. It's just we don't literally need to observe it to know that it's true. Even, like, you know, it's like technically we don't have proof, which is a different thing.
Right.
And like, that's a separate argument. But even without proof, we know enough about how, like, the mechanics involved work.
Okay.
That it still is.
Either way, this article fucking sucks.
You can still you can be hot independent of an observer. Like, you can be really, like, feeling yourself if, like, you know, without an observer, and you don't need that validation. If you want that validation and you want to make money from the experience of you being hot, there are already places for you to post that content where you will make money being hot. Like, so this entire thing depends on whether or not you want to be observed being hot, you know?
I don't think so.
She has a sound that's been, like, traversing, like, Twitter. Queen Herbie, that's her name. You know, whatever. I'll send you some TikToks. We'll cover it later. It's cool. Tegan, please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. Like, that was the main point, is, like, I'm hot all the time by myself. I don't post those experiences on the internet because I don't want, nor do I need, the validation of strangers on the internet to confirm that I'm hot. I already know this. So, I don't know, just, like, if you want to, you can. If you don't, and you just want to enjoy yourself, then just do it. It's not hard. This is going to be one of those things that psychologists are going to study in the future, that's, like, the effects of social media on the brain.
I'm actually excited because, like, if we're talking about observable reality as an effect on psychology,
Yeah.
I hope that means that like psychologists need to interact with physics as a medium, as like a discipline.
That'd be sick as hell, actually.
I think the new kids, like they're like, oh, I gotta learn math and physics. Like, yes, you gotta fucking do it because you don't know how optics work, and like you want to know how optics work on people, but you don't even understand how it works on light. And I think you should.
I can't wait until a fucking guy in a ratty sweater at MIT comes up with the speed of cringe.
Oh, I know the speed of cringe. It's how fast I go. Yikes. It's how fast in a video it takes me to go, oh, yikes.
That's another thing. Like, I mean, the way that, like, knowledge has become, like, sort of, like, niche in several different dimensions, I think that, like, more people need to be multidisciplinary, right?
Yes. And we need to start that multidisciplinary action, like, earlier. I feel like a lot of the problem is, like, we're not teaching, this is going to sound stupid, but we're not teaching this kind of stuff to, like, high schoolers. And I think high school is a really good place to start that kind of interest in humanity and science and not just focus it on, like, testing and stuff, you know?
Yeah, like, the cut open frogs, if it's still valuable.
Yeah, no, it's still good. I still think that stuff is fine, but, like, imagine if your English lit class, instead of, like, only studying Shakespeare and Catcher in the Rye, and I'm not saying that those things aren't important also, I'm just saying, like, in addition to doing that, also studied the way that people interact online, and, like, how linguistics have changed over time. Like, as just a start of, like, at the beginning of the school year, we write down all of the slang, and that, like, you guys are using commonly, and then at the end of the school year, we reassess that, and you tell me why those things fell out of fashion.
That could be interesting. I would like to see the results of that exercise.
That would be neat as fuck. God damn it.
Like, it's something which, like, I think we lose something that occurred to me when we started to, like, slide into a personal pan pizza, which is still not over. Shout outs.
Like,
Yeah.
I definitely was at my
Shout out!
family where people were telling me post-COVID, while there was a man who was actually having long COVID symptoms, but, you know, whatever. It's fine.
Right.
Shout out to your
Oh my-
responsibility. If you're exhibiting any cold or flu-like symptoms, get a fucking COVID test. That's what I did today.
Oh
True.
my god.
Taking don't have
So-
COVID.
I had a sore throat like 2 days ago, and I no longer have a sore throat, so I'm pretty sure it was not COVID, but I'm getting a test anyway.
Fair enough, not fair enough. Holy shit. Carmen, what were you saying?
Yeah, like we're in the middle of a surge, and there's literally more people dying right now than there were at the same time last year. Shout outs.
Oh my god. But something that occurred to me as we were, you know, in the beginning stages of the panorama is that, like, one of the things that, like, seems to be missing from, like, our cultural literacy is we talk about when things happened in history, but, like, we don't talk about the historical shit posting that happened at the time. And one of the things that happened is that people started to unearth these old newspaper like editorials and leaflets that happened during, like, the Spanish flu, and we're like, oh, like the stupid conversations that existed as a culture during the Spanish flu are happening literally again, one for one, because we have decided to learn nothing from, like, the cultural debates of 100 years ago. Like, there were people who were like, the notion of social distancing and the notion of wearing masks and the notion of washing hands were all, like, understood ideas during the Spanish flu. Like, schools were closed, businesses were closed, like, the idea of, like, if we all stay away from each other, then we can stop the spread of this thing. Like, this was an accepted fucking idea during the Spanish flu, but there were people who were like, nah, man, we got to keep the factory open to make the widgets. and
Oh my
you're
god,
like,
not the widgets. The widget producing factory is the most important thing.
exactly. And people are like, I need to go out to dinner and like have a passenger pigeon and all that shit. And
Passenger pigeon.
I'm doing it. Yeah. And so it's like, and so here's all these fucking people, and it's like we're having the same conversations because we're not taking the data and then like synthesizing the data with the conversations at the time, because you can look at communities during the Spanish flu where there were like high anti-mask sentiments and like large cultural pushback against like any kind of precaution, and then look at like how quickly those cities recovered from the epidemic instead of cities that like embraced safety. And you're like, oh, okay, like this city had a higher death rate and like a longer economic recovery because they just fucked off and didn't. Yeah, and it's just like that kind of like literacy where people go back and like look at the way people talked about shit at the time is so valuable. Just like going into World War II, the amount of like editorials that appeared in American newspapers, like where people are like, I don't know, man, Hitler seems okay.
Oh my
God.
god.
No, but like, what was it? Oh god, there was like something that happened like 2 weeks ago where like the Atlantic like published all the shit that they were publishing during like World War One and World War Two, and it's like, dog, are you guys serious? Like, there's no way you did this on purpose. Like, come on.
Yeah, and that stuff has so much fucking value. It really, really does. And like, my favorite of the ones which are not even like the, I don't know, man, Hitler seems okay, are the ones who are like, oh man, Hitler, he's a joke, he's a silly man, there's no way he'll ever get power.
There was one that was like, we interviewed a top like Japanese insider about like invading instead of dropping the bomb, and it was like, like they published this for real. I wish they had taught me that in school, honestly, like dead ass. Like I wish we had just gotten to read that article just once as like a sophomore or a junior. Like, dog, you guys are crazy.
Imagine how see then like that kind of shit. That would be, I would argue, and I'm sure I'm gonna catch shit for this. I would argue that's a better use of your English lit class than necessarily like reading Shakespeare and shit.
I didn't need to read. What was it? Oh, there was this one Charles Dickens book. It was like 3,000 pages long. Oh my god. There was a little girl who was like half of the chapters, and it was like random dudes afterwards. It was like Bleak House. I wish I had read old post World War II Atlantic articles instead of reading Bleak House as like I was a senior. I was a senior in fucking high school. Yeah, I wish I had done that instead. Personally, that's my take.
I would argue that what this would be part of is part of refocusing history classes. That like part of history classes should be like talking about the way people wrote about things and reacted to things. Like
the problem is that would require like some form of reading comprehension, which I don't know a lot of people have, unfortunately.
I mean, I do think maybe like historical text should be reinforced in like literature classes. But I do remember I was talking to my cousins late last night. I haven't slept that much. And we were talking about the Tulsa massacre because I had like my younger brother, one of my younger brothers, and like my cousin were like, yeah, so like I heard about the Tulsa massacre like on some HBO documentary like a couple months ago. And then I'm like, yo, is this real? And then they Googled it and like, yo, this fucking happened. And like they had no idea. And it's like, why didn't anyone teach me about this? And I was like, yeah, they probably should have taught about it.
I know. Racism. It's because of racism.
No. It's absolutely because of racism. But the thing is that we were sitting around and we like my favorite cousin, honestly, which is why I gave him space on this topic. He was asking, when should this be taught? And like it was a whole thing. We like fucked around about it for like a solid 20 minutes. Like one of my cousins joked about it. It should be taught during Black History Month. And I'm like, let's not do it during Black History Month. And it's like, honestly, like it should be taught in U.S. history, which is like a sophomore, junior class. And like maybe taught during like the beginning of second semester, and then I said January, and the moment I did, I realized, you know what, that's pretty close to MLK Day, and I'm not super happy about that, but I don't want to leave it until March or some shit. You know what? Imagine they taught the Tulsa Massacre like the day before spring break. Like, imagine if that's when it was timed. That would be OD. Absolutely insane. I don't think they would do it. I don't think anyone would do it ever.
You have to learn about the Tulsa Massacre, and then we're going to send you home for a week. See, here's the thing, though. You can't do it right before spring break because in a lot of, rich white people schools, they take that time off ahead of time. All those kids are already getting out to go on their Florida trips before actual spring break. Like, that's not worth it. You got to do it at a time when no one is pre-planning vacations. So, like, middle of January is a good time. Middle of March is a good time, we
do it the day before Valentine's Day.
All history majors should be required to have a dual major in journalism. Like, journalism classes should be required.
I'm interested in like journalism 101 and journalism ethics for all history majors. I'm interested in that.
I'm interested in that also for science, for anyone who goes into STEM who thinks they may end up in a scientific communication field.
Okay.
Like, if you're gonna be some kind of science communicator, you gotta learn how to fucking communicate in a way that isn't extra scientific when the majority of the country does not comprehend things above a 5th grade level. Like, you have to learn how to dumb it down in a way that people aren't also going to just be like, oh, it's not that hard,
I mean, at that point, it's more the communication, right? Because,
Right.
if you're not going to be a communicator, if you're not going to be Fauci or whatever, you're still going to write papers.
Yeah.
Like, that's just a core.
You're also still going to be, like, talking to your friends and family about it. Like, how many pandemic specialists, like, were trying to tell their parents, like, no, this is really important. You have to do this. People are going to die. And they brushed them off. Like, literally how many?
I don't know, like, oh, God. Like, I feel like that's everyone that, like, makes it through Gen Chem. Like, anyone that makes it through Gen Chem should be able to, like, communicate on that level. Like, and that's more than, like, a standard, like, because I know standard communication classes are a joke. And, like,
they're all, like, speech writing and, like, boring shit.
Yeah.
And that's not what they need to be.
Yeah, I don't need them to take a speech class. Like, if we can make a new formulated class for them, that could be cool, but someone has to do that work, and I don't know who it is, so I don't want to put that on anybody, but, like, that shit needs to get done. Like, 5 years ago. Like, dead ass, please. Oh, man. I don't know why we got so into education this week, but that's what we're doing. Hey, everybody, this is Impossible Quote Podcast. We're not an education podcast. We're going to talk about video games one day, but it's not right now.
Yeah, I had to talk about this fucking New York Times article, which apparently we all had feelings about. Like,
we did. They're important feelings, though.
I'm really glad I brought it to school today. Like, it just...
Today, for Show and Tell, Brian brought us a New York Times article.
And I'm like, what is this fucking hot spaghetti? Jesus Christ. And it just...
Okay, I'm just going to do this one thing about the New York Times. I hope it doesn't turn into a 30-minute thing, but it might, and, for that I apologize. But, like, the New York Times got to a point where they realized they weren't getting enough subscribers from, like, the center-right, like, population that they were, like, engaging with. And so they started, or center-left, the center-left population that they were engaging with. Man, probably the center-right, who cares? And they started, like, posting more provocative shit because they know that those people pay for subscriptions. And, like, I know that about myself. Like, I've read the New York Times for as long as I've known that it's existed. I've never seriously considered paying for a subscription in New York Times. And I know that there are people who just want to be told what they want to hear, and they're largely in, like, the center-right, far-right, and they're willing to pay people to tell them those things. And New York Times, somewhere between 2008 and 2014, decided they could be those people. And that's a little wild to me, and I get it. Like, I understand that money is moving them, but it's still shitty, and I'm willing to like give extra scrutiny to anything they do at any given moment.
Yeah, we're not big fans of the Gray Lady here. Oh, good lord. Ah, I was gonna say, would anyone like to talk about new video game consoles?
Yeah, I'd love to hear about your new video game console.
Would you guys like? What order would you like to go in? Chronological? I got the Playdate first.
Give us the thing that you're the most excited to talk about, and work your way backwards.
Oh man, I feel like that's unfair to either one of these things because like they're both very exciting.
Flip a coin, and if you're disappointed with the result, talk about the other thing. That's how I make decisions. I'm like, I don't know what I want to do, and then I flip a coin, and I immediately know what I want to do, because... I flip a nickel. I think it's a 95. It's fairly smooth. I don't, like, my nails don't get caught on any of the ridges, so, like, the flip is really clean every time.
Okay, okay, so number one, did y'all know that if you type the phrase coin flip into Google, Google will flip a coin for you?
Yes.
But, like, flipping a physical coin, like, it hits different. You know that.
Okay. Hi, welcome to Impossible Coin, a podcast about the tactile sensation of flipping a fucking coin. Okay.
That's what we're about. We got it.
Oh my god.
So apparently we are talking about the Steam Deck first. Thanks, Coin.
Yay!
Jeez. Okay. So
figured it
like,
out.
I cannot. There. All right. How can I say this with enough emphasis? There is no way I can oversell the Steam Deck. It is that exciting.
Wait, okay. I think I can do it with enough emphasis. Let me try it just one time, okay? Tell me if I'm wrong, okay? There is no way that I can oversell the Steam Deck. It's that exciting.
Well, that was
Rocky.
pretty good.
Rocky thinks I say words bad.
No, it's not that. No. He's just trying to oversell it. He was just trying to see if that was too much.
I wanted to see if it was too much. I really did. That's what I wanted.
I don't think it was. I don't
Okay,
think it was
cool.
too much.
We got it. We did it.
Which means that I didn't have.
I mean, maybe that's true, but like that's not something to hurt yourself about, Cartwright. All right, it's not something to hurt yourself about.
Oh fuck,
dude! Have you gotten back into Elden Ring? What's going on?
Oh, have you gotten back into Elden Ring? I do want to know that.
No,
because Vampire Survivors exist and it is a video game.
Fucking go! I'm sorry, I'm screaming, but I'm really excited. Holy shit, Vampire Survivors.
Really badly. Holy God.
No, but but Vampire Survivors might be Game of the Year. I'm sorry. It's like, it's not even, I was about to say it's September. It's mid-July. But like, Vampire Survivors is that bitch. I swear to God, it's not even at 1.0. If it hits 1.0 this year, if it hits 1.0 December 31st, I'll break the rules. It's Game of the Year.
I have been watching Rocky play Vampire Survivor on Twitch. In case you want to know what this video game looks like.
Vampire Survivors is so fucking sick. Oh my God. Cartwright, you haven't seen me play Vampire Survivors. It took me a while before I started winning, and you know what this is, Tegan? So like, I play video games. I have a significant amount of patience, so you can take this with a grain of salt. But I played Vampire Survivors 45 hours until I started winning, and it's still Game of the Year.
That's disgusting. I hate that for you, actually.
It was that good. It's so much fun. It's bananas.
And I would like to point out, I have not yet started winning, but I'm having a blast.
Good for you!
And this is the thing I have always said about those kind of games, like, that, like, it's fine to have a treadmill where people lose a lot. Exactly. But, like, if what you do is, like, you kick people's fucking teeth in, and, like, sucks to have your teeth kicked in, then like
I do want to preface this real quickly. You do get your teeth kicked in Vampire Survivors. Don't pretend that that's not going to happen.
No. Yeah, like
It's
you
cool
are gonna.
because 3 billion dudes are on the screen. What am I supposed to do about that? And then they turn you into a god, and you're like, oh, okay, 3 billion dudes? Who cares? It's just Tuesday or whatever. And then you can keep pressing. You keep doing wacky bullshit forever. Like, fucking vampires.
and the reason like we all got given copies of Vampire Survivors on this show.
Yeah, shout outs to Twan. Twan, we love you, bro.
And I specifically chose to not play it until the arrival of my Steam Deck, and the reason for that was that very early on in the release of that game, I saw writing about it that said, "This is the ultimate handheld game. Why the fuck is this not on Switch?"
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of people writing about it, saying that, like, Steam Deck is my favorite console, Vampire Survivors is my favorite console exclusive. Yes.
So, Vampire Survivors is like $5 normally on stream. Usually when it's on sale, which is basically forever, it's like $2.99, $3.99.
Right.
What do you think it'll cost on Switch, and do you think it's worth the money?
$10, yes.
Okay. I think it'd be 15, but it's still yes for me. But I feel that. I thoroughly respect it.
Yeah. And like, but this is one of those things though that for me, like, it just like absolutely infinitely highlights the value of the Steam Deck, because just like, you just fucking get in there and you get in there for like a couple hours and you're like, oh, I didn't have to wait 6 months for this, or I didn't like.
I mean, we gotta wait 6 months for the vampire. They're still on the way.
Right.
I hope it's Dracula. Like, I hope they just fucking say, yeah, this is Dracula. Go fuck his shit up, bro. But, like, we're not there yet.
Right. Like, this is one of those things where, like, it just, like, so far, with every handheld PC I've had, at some point doing something, I would run into a limitation that had been caused by the person developing the
they like failed some optimization check.
It's kind of like you would just run into like what I would call like general PC problems, which are the, like, like the person who makes your operating system isn't the person who makes your hardware, and so like you've got some kind of fucking problem and you need to sit around and try and solve it.
Like they missed some Microsoft thing. Okay.
Right, and it's one of those things where it's like, regardless of who makes your PC, like that's a problem you're going to run into, like whether it right, and so you're just like. And so, like, most of the time, like that's not necessarily like say a problem with GPD because they're very good at what they do, or a problem with Anbernic because they're very good at what they do. But you will run into that shit now and again, and then you have to be like, oh god, like how hard do I want to go and try to get this to work? And like, and one of the first games I wanted to specifically play on Steam Deck was Binary Domain, and the reason I wanted to play Binary Domain was it was one of the first games that, like, on the GPD Win, just, like, barfed out, and I had, like, what I would call, like, fucking goofy PC problems. Which are that, like, it would start, like, rendering the screen at a 90-degree angle, on the GPD Win, and be like, all right, we're rotating the screen 90 degrees, and I'm going to stop seeing the controller.
That's kind of wild. Yeah, for sure.
And the reason that it would start, like, rotating the screen 90 degrees is that, like, the manufacturer for the screen for the GPD Win 3 like primarily manufactures screens for cell phone manufacturers. And so what Binary Domain does is it literally sees the fucking
phone screen and it fucked with you.
Yes.
Okay. No, like that is some shit that happens sometimes. I get that.
Right. And so I'm gonna fire up Binary Domain. Here's my test. I'm like, I want to be a console boy. I just want to press a fucking button and play Binary Domain.
They're like, no, sir. I'm sorry. This is a mobile screen, so you're gonna get this instead, actually.
And so when I launched Binary Domain on Steam Deck, you know what I did? I fucking played Binary Domain. Like there was no fucking around. There was no solving of problems.
Because they talked to Steam about it. That's the thing. Like they got Gabe on the phone. He's on speed dial or whatever the fuck, and he's like, oh yeah, now you know that makes some sense. We'll make it look like it's PC. Don't worry about it. GG's goodbye.
Right. It's just like, and I'm just absolutely impressed with like when first of all, like I think you guys have like probably has anybody here looked at Steam Big Picture mode? Okay. It sucks.
One of those things like hold on. So Steam is a good thing, I think, ostensibly for the video game industry, but like big picture in combination with whatever I can't remember the console version thing that they did, but they like plugged directly into your TV. That was a mini PC. Like I feel like those things were kind of phoned in.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
right.
like I feel like Gabe was like decided that Steam Deck is going to fucking work, so help me God. Like he personally decided, and he's like involved. Like I think the thing that like really turned that corner for me, because I wasn't sure with the Steam Deck, but like when he like showed up to do like the first Steam Decks in fucking like San Fran, and there was like a dorm full of guys who were like, oh shit, that's Gabe Newell, and like he basically like walked back to the truck where he was pulling the Steam Deck from. Was like, hey, give whoever's in that apartment Steam Decks. That's what he said. And so like they go upstairs, they talk to the kids that are up there. They're like 4 20-year-old random goons, and like oh okay, and they just like brought them Steam Decks. Gabe thought that you guys were cool, and he wants to know what you guys think. So here you go. I hope you put some reviews online. And that was the end of it. And so like I think that like Gabe is serious about Steam Deck. Like he really, really wants it to work, more so than like, you know, the kind of things that they've done before. It was like, this is a good idea. This is a market that we should get into. Like it's just like Gabe's like, no, we're going to do this Switch bullshit because I mean, you know why. We've talked about it. Like, games that end up on Steam will end up on Switch like a year and a half later at triple the price.
Yup.
And he's just like, that's money that we could be getting. Why the fuck is that not our money? And it's just like, it's because it goes to Nintendo. And, like, they have a device that's portable that people can just pick up and they're sure that can play the games. Well, we want to be sure. How can we be that sure? And he's made it a personal mission to make sure that anything, well, maybe not anything, but stuff that ends up on the Steam Deck that people want to play, like, works. And they don't have to ask questions. They don't have to go to the forums. So, like, why is this glitch happening? They're just like, we know people are looking forward to this game. Let's talk to the devs because we can do that whenever we want and make sure that their shit works on the Steam Deck.
And so, like, when I see like the interface on the Steam Deck is not big picture. It's like a custom tuned. Yeah, it's fucking. It is absolutely just like super duper like whip fast. It's like really, really fast. You're just like moving back and forth between screens. Like with I think that when I talk about like UI speed, Rocky, do you remember the old blades on Xbox 360?
I mean, I played at a friend's house once. I don't own a 360, but
okay.
That before.
Yeah, so like before they bogged it down with like ads and bullshit and like the blades could just fucking go. Like this is blades fast. And so I'm like, oh yeah, this is this is good. This is very, very good. And I was playing the Quarry on it, and it was just one of those things where, like, Quarry came out, I bought the Quarry, I played the Quarry, and it's just like, it's so, it's wild because, like, so many games that, like, I mean, like y'all know that, like, my preferred form factor for gaming is handheld. I love handheld gaming, and it's just like this just erases that question. Like you always see stuff like the two questions, like, switch port when, switch port possible, question mark.
And it's like, it's already on Steam, just put it on the deck and we're done.
Right. And like, so oftentimes, like, when you see, like, the switch port eventually come out, it'll be like compromised or rough or, like, definitely not hot, like, and you're just like, ew, because at this point, like, the Switch is, like, 5-year-old tech, and, like, at the time that it came out, it was already intentionally, like, older hardware, so that way they could get it out the door at a profit. Exactly. And so, like, that is fine, but there also needs to be recognition that, like, that means that, like, it's just not going to be able to, like, run contemporary software that is demanding. Like, and I'm just like, oh my God, I'm like, this is fucking it. Like, Valve are hardware people now. Like, it's just like, and
I'm still on the fence about that. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I mean, you know what I mean? Because, like, they've done this shit before, and, like, I don't want to trash the achievements of the Steam Deck, because I think they've done a lot.
Oh, sure.
But, like, I also know that, like, Steam Steam as a company will, like, do some shit for a couple of years, and they decided this is not our thing. And, like, while I do think they found some success, they definitely made it so, like, games run and they're doing that work. I'm not sure Steam's going to decide, like, 3-5 years down the line, this is the thing that we want to keep doing. And, like, when the quality starts to drop and, like, Steam Deck utilization starts to drop, I'm not sure they'll continue to support it.
Here's why I think that they will not here's why I think they're not going to give up, is because the Steam Deck solves the biggest problem that Gabe has, which is Microsoft. Right. So, like, right now, like, everything which they sell on a Windows platform requires a Windows license, and one of the things which is, like, bogged down Steam as far as, like, profit to Valve and profit to developers is Microsoft's cut when it comes to things that run on Windows. When you run shit on Windows, Microsoft gets a piece. And so for as long as, like, Steam has had all this success primarily within a Windows space, Microsoft has rolled up in a convertible and been like, "Where's our cut?" and then, like, rolls off. And
I want to know how big that cut is and how well that affects their market cap, because, like, what I'm thinking may happen, because I don't think it'll be enough. Like, I think it's good money, and I think it's money they've been missing, and I think they'll be happy to get it. But I think that, like, down the line, like, when they realize the kind of work that it takes to make sure that every big thing, not everything, because, like, Steam does not actually have that kind of time, but every big thing that shows up on Steam works on the Steam Deck, like, may not be actually worth the money that they're getting back. That they might, like, it's not that they're not gonna throw Steam under the bus, or Steam Deck under the bus. I think that what they'll do is that they'll just slowly start pulling people away from it to work on other shit, and then like, it turns out that, like, when the next big thing that's not, like, Half-Life 3 shows up on Steam Deck, like, they're not gonna have enough people to work on it, and it's not gonna work well. And they're going to decide that that's just tough shit. Like, I don't think it's going to be intentional. I don't think it's going to be a thing that, like, Steam decides, we don't have enough money to put people here. They just think our money's spent.
So that's interesting for a couple different reasons. One is, in the grand scheme of things, think about how few AAA games there are now versus how few AAA games there are 20 years ago. Because of the endless consolidation that we've experienced in the AAA industry, people like Sony will have 4 to 5 major tentpole releases a year. And that's not too far off of other AAA publishers. EA might squeeze out 6, counting their sports titles. So it's not crazy to think about how few titles there are per year from AAA publishers. And then the other piece of that is that AAA publishers are also interested in Steam Deck money, and it's very, very interesting to see that it's not just Valve throwing internal resources at the Proton compatibility layer.
EA, it's Square Enix, Embracer. I get that.
Yeah, they're all throwing their development resources at the Proton compatibility layer, and so most of the time Valve is having to do ultimately very little tinkering in order to make sure that layer is butter.
Wants that attention. I get that.
Yes, right. Bandai Namco threw a shit ton of internal development resources around making sure that Elden Ring would run like butter, on deck.
You know what? I'm less convinced about that because I know it worked out for Elden Ring and they'll probably do it again. But there are other games that Bandai Namco does that are even bigger than Elden Ring. I think in particular, maybe not in North American markets, but stuff like DBFZ. If the next thing they do for DBFZ, or if they make another Jump Force, and they made that run perfectly on Steam Deck, I think I'd be more convinced of their investment. I think. I think Bandai Namco did it because it's FromSoft, and FromSoft is a good bet. But I don't know if they do it again, and I'd like to see them do it again before I feel comfortable about it.
Well, I think looking at the numbers generated by PC sales for Elden Ring definitely support a case for that kind of investment. It's fucking goofy how much that game has sold.
It's apparently one of the biggest NA releases they've ever done.
Yep. Yeah. And so I don't think that I think that specifically looking at Japanese publishers, this is going to show Japanese publishers that if you want to target Western audiences, where PC represents a larger market share of in-home users, then I think that they're going to want to make sure that they're targeting deck. Also,
so when do you think we're gonna get the Cave Story sequel or the Mr. Mosquito sequel on deck?
Oh God, man, I would. Oh God, don't tease me with those dreams.
Rocky?
I'm asking you real questions, Cartwright. If you're saying never, then say fucking never. But if you don't feel that way, I want to know the truth.
I guess here's the good thing about deck is that if I get a hard on to play something that plays like Mr. Mosquito, then I can hop on Steam and I can see what the fuck is up, and I will find stuff that plays like Mr. Mosquito.
I want to know when the Chow Garden sequel's coming, but I don't know when that's gonna happen.
It's never coming.
No, Tegan, don't speak that on me. Okay?
That I can say with confidence is not coming.
I know Ishina's not going to do it because he's never going to make another Sonic Adventure. That's fine. I've made peace with that. But there's some asshole out there that decides, I want to play with Chows. Chow Karate was cool. I want to make fucking Chow races. And they're going to make that shit. And they're going to make legally distinct Chows. And I'm going to want to play that shit. And I want to know when that's going to happen. That's what I'm talking about right now.
So here's another wild thing about the deck. Is So it did not take me long for me to go to itch and download games that I own on itch. Um, like I was like, you know what? I bought a Mortician's Tale through itch, and and I'm like I just want to go download a game on itch and see if if out of the box Proton can handle it.
Like Proton knows better for like a Morticians. Like that's the thing. I think Morticians. I feel like Proton has an eye for stuff that's pretty good. Like I don't know if they have like an eye for bangers before anyone knows that they're bangers, but they have an idea about the stuff that's kind of good, and they know the basics of making sure that those things work. I think they have an ear to what's going on in the indie space, and I think that matters.
And just out of the box, no fucking around, it worked just fine. Um, and so and this is one of the things which has like been a commonly reported shared experience, is that people are just like absolutely surprised when they go to their itch accounts and they go to their Epic Game Store accounts, and games that they've bought on Epic and games that they've bought on itch just fucking work on their deck. And like I think that I can't overstate, I can't oversell how profoundly different that is from like a console ownership perspective. Like imagine sitting on your PlayStation and being like, oh, I think I'm going to buy some games today, not from Sony. And Sony be like, well, that's interesting. How about this? Have you considered fucking yourself? Like that's just what your PlayStation will tell you. Like there is no way from your PlayStation to digitally buy games from other sellers. Right.
Team on the PS3 for a little bit, and they decided that's not our vibe, and they turned it off.
Right. And so like that is like that's just an absolutely huge vibe. And so like the whole idea of like whatever like Epic gets a store exclusive or whatever, like it's kind of like, all right, well, whatever, I can still play it on my Steam Deck. And so like that works out for Valve because that means that like the primary store I'm browsing is still theirs. The first store I'm looking at is still theirs. Like, oh, the game's not there. I guess I'll go to Epic. It's they win being the default by acknowledging that the world exists. And like that's not something that any other console manufacturer has figured out. Like,
okay, I'm listening. Go on.
Yeah, like Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, and what I'm even going to expand this conversation and say Apple, Google, and Facebook. None of them will let me like easily buy a game from like another store on their device and just fucking run it. Like
I'm interested to see because like there's definitely a level of disposable income for PC users that doesn't exist for consoles, and I do think that there are more people in the latter cut than there are in the first one. That specifically mean that there are more people that just have enough to buy a console and be happy with it than to buy a PC and then start buying games for it. But I am interested to see the number of people that are interested in portability of their PC console and how that compares to console markets. I don't think that outright beats console markets, personally. Like I still believe that the PC market is smaller ultimately than the console or the console adjacent market, the people who would buy Steam Decks while they also own a PC console. But I do agree that like having access to your entire Steam library is a big get. And I do know that there are a significant number of people, and like significant is like what, 5% as far as I know, of PC console owners that would buy a Steam Deck in interest of playing on their library portably.
And I think that like what's also important is to like examine the possibility space of Rockies. like when it came time for Rocky to jump between generations, well, like as the PS4, Xbox One generation wound down, Rocky made the decision to back away from the console space and refocus on the PC space.
That's true, but like Kurt, and I don't know if there's a lot of people like me. I haven't met him. That's all that it is.
And that's fine. Like in this Ohio diner, we found 5 people who are buying PCs. But like when we look at what the experience of like buying and assembling a PC is versus what Valve is offering is like very tempting, is very intoxicating, because let's look at that entry point for the Steam Deck, because you can buy into a Steam Deck for $399, which means that you are now transitioning to the PC space, and you can get a fucking dock and sit there in front of your TV with a console, with a controller, using Bluetooth. So you can even use the controller from your last console and sit in front of your television. And now you're a PC gamer. And one of the things about Deck is that like when you start Deck, like they say to you like, okay, like what release layer do you want? Do you want super duper mega stable, which is like the fucking consoleized experience, or do you want to be a beta user and let your boys hang out of your shorts? And I'm like, no, I want stable. I don't want to test shit. I want things only after they're super duper like ready to go. And they're like, that's fine, works for us. And so like I'm not beta testing a damn thing on Steam Deck. Like I am using the full release model, which means that like it is incredibly consoleized, because nothing happens on my deck that isn't like super fucking stable. And like that is a very, very console experience. And like I can't tell you like with the various PCs that I've owned, like the number of times that like I'm just like, okay, like why am I not getting any sound right now, or why is this controller not working, or just like, oh god, like getting to access that space, but knowing that there is this like reliability that comes from like a unified like hardware profile, and taking Windows out of the mix. There's
Tiggs, you own a PC. What do you think about this?
I don't really. I'm not the ideal gamer. Yeah. Nah.
You're part of a demographic that definitely spends money on things that you care about, and there are definitely circles that would consider you the ideal gamer. So like ignoring that idea for the moment, I want to know what you think in this particular moment.
I own a PC specifically to play games that require full online connectivity and to talk to my friends while doing that simultaneously. Yeah, works fine. I don't use Steam for the most part. 99% of my gaming is not done on Steam. There is too much on Steam. There's too much. I open the Steam store, I get choice paralysis, I close the Steam store. That's my entire experience with Steam. There's too much.
Yeah. Even like, okay, so I want to know where the choice paralysis steps in, because I know like when they show you like things that like when Steam is like, hey, I know you have things on your wish list, but there are a couple things that we want to show you. It's something like 15 to 20 games. Is that too much? Should it be like 5? Should it be like...
It should be none. It should be 0 games. Don't show me shit if I don't want to see shit. Like, I log into the Steam. It shows me games. I am no longer interested in playing anything on Steam, and I close it.
Okay, so what is the level of organic discovery that you're interested in?
None. I don't want to be marketed to if I'm going to play a video game, if that makes sense. Like, I don't open the Nintendo Switch eShop store. I don't open the PlayStation store. I don't look at what's recently come to Xbox Game Pass. when I'm wanting to play a game, generally, I want to play something I already have.
Hi, Tegan. I have exciting news.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to invest in a Steam Deck, also.
No, that's fine. But I just want to tell you about something. Do you know that thing where with the various like environments that you're talking about, like the Nintendo Switch and the PlayStation, etc., and the Xbox, where the interface for playing games and using previously downloaded applications is entirely visually distinct from the store?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. I don't know.
Yes, that's the experience that you're describing, where you're like, yeah, I just want to play Mario, and then it starts hate fucking my eyes. Like,
what?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the idea that like you're being marketed to as soon as you want to play a game.
Yeah.
And you're like, so here's the cool thing about Deck. Somebody at Valve must have realized that there are moments where people want to fire up a fucking game and not go to a store. Because when you fire up your Deck, you're nowhere near the fucking store. Yeah. Yeah, it loads to the library and it gives you like a very consoleized like library experience where you're just like browsing shit you own.
That sounds great.
And you have to manually go to a store in order to get sold to.
That sounds great.
Yes.
I sure wish the desktop version did that.
Agree. Like
if I could do that, if I could select like, do you want to view the store as soon as you log in? You know, like there are probably days where I would be like, oh, the summer sale is on or whatever. Like, yeah, I'll check it out, but like generally, I don't want to see the store. I don't care. I know what I want to play 99% of the time. You know? And it's not whatever Steam's recommending me, because it has no idea what I want.
Also, I'm proud to report that the game about shooting Macho on the ceiling works on Steam Deck.
Cool.
All right. I guess Rocky doesn't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
No, you fucking sent it to me, Tegan.
I did? Oh, I have no idea what it is. I probably sent it to you because I thought you'd think it was cool, and then deleted it from my brain library.
It's like a $3. Was it? God, it's like a $3 Steam game, which is just like this giant open gymnasium where you have like.
Oh yeah, and you're trying to like bop him off the ceiling with a basketball or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Good for that. I'm glad.
Yes.
I'm glad it was fun.
Glad it works on Deck.
Yep.
Yep. So like yeah, like it feels like this transformative paradigm shift, and like here's what's even fucking more wild. So Valve significantly increased their purchase of the CPUs and a lot of the other motherboard assets that live in the Steam Deck, but with a slightly different motherboard configuration. And people are like, what's going on with this slightly different motherboard configuration? What's going on? It's like, are we already getting Steam Deck 2? This thing's only been out since February. And it's like, what's going on? What's going on? And then someone found Valve's patent in Hong Kong for a VR headset which has the guts of a Steam Deck in it. When the hardware specs for the Steam Deck leaked in the first place, people were like, oh, is this going to be a handheld or is this going to be a VR headset? And it looks like the ultimate answer is both. People said that the biggest thing, like the biggest problem that Valve ran into the first time they tried to enter the VR hardware space is that nobody wants cables running out of the back of their head because it's uncomfortable and it feels weird.
It's also a hazard.
And it's also a fucking hazard. And it means you have to move furniture around and permanently dedicate space to VR in your house. That sucks, and no one wants to do. So it looks like a headset that runs the Steam Deck specs with inside-out tracking is going to be announced in the next couple weeks, like during Steam Developer Days. So how about that? Like, one of the things I know we've talked about in this show before has been like how right now Meta, aka Facebook, is completely unchallenged in any kind of meaningful way in the VR space, because they're the only ones that have like a what I would call like a competitively priced untethered VR helmet. Like right now you're either buying an Oculus Quest or you're buying like a $1,000 thing that turns you into the Predator monster. And there's a lot of people who don't want to do that. And there's a lot of stuff I don't like about doing additional business with Facebook. And I have felt now for like quite some time that if there was any other headset out there that offered me the same degree of freedom and comfort that the Quest does, then I would probably just get that fucking headset. And so I guess Valve's going to get my money again for the exact same hardware configuration, only this time I strap it to my face.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Well, I hope you have fun in VR.
I mean, I have had fun in VR. I already have fun in VR, but like,
I hope you have fun in Valve's VR.
Yeah, I look forward to playing Half-Life Alyx, like, which is their big VR title. So how about that? Now that we've talked about the Steam Deck for what feels like a minute, I would now like to talk about the most pleasingly Nintendo hardware experience I have had, which has ever been from somebody not named Nintendo. The Playdate is definitely the Playdate is very definitely like if you are an enthusiast for weird Nintendo, the Playdate is a thing for you. And like the Playdate also is a thing that solves for marketplaces in the exact same way that the Steam Deck does. Like with my Playdate, like I'm getting the like the current season of games, which are very good, and I get two games a week. Like on Monday mornings, like the button on the top of my Playdate is blinking. I press the button, and I then unwrap that week's games, and they're available in my Playdate library. But when I log into my Playdate account, like from my phone, I can see that there is a tab in there which says sideload. And so, like, I was browsing itch for games for my Playdate, and literally sideloading games wirelessly to my Playdate from my phone within 5 minutes of having like set up my Playdate. That was it.
For people who don't know what sideloading is, what is that?
Okay. So like when you have a hardware device that has a primary storefront but will accommodate you loading software from another location, the term which has been widely accepted to describe this activity is sideload. And it's one of those things where like the degree of simplicity for sideloading is definitely a part of the conversation about sideloading. Like, for example, like with Android, sideloading is a thing which is possible, but like Google has created a whole bunch of barriers to make it a frustrating experience in the Android environment, where it's like, yeah, like you can technically sideload, but it's not very efficient, so hopefully just most people will give up on it. But with the Playdate, Panic decided to design the Playdate with sideloading actively in mind, and so created a whole bunch of like incredibly simple, easy to use resources um, to make sideloading as easy as possible. Like I said, like I got the thing. Setting up the thing was as simple as like scanning a QR code within the box to just like link the Playdate that I received to my account.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, okay, your Playdate's registered now. And they're like, okay, what do you do? What do you do? What do you want to do now that you have a registered Playdate? And I was like, I think I want to get some games for it. And so I went to Itch and I searched the Playdate tag to see what games were tagged for Playdate. And I grabbed some games, and then I went back to my Playdate account and just told them what files were downloaded on my iPhone that I wanted to add to my Playdate, and I tagged them all, and it then just pushed all those files to my Playdate. And it took like 5 minutes, and the only reason it took 5 minutes was because I bought so many games.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds very nice.
Yes. And so, like, and that was something that really, like, like, unified these two experiences. Like, between both the Steam Deck and the Playdate are things that, like, have experiences which are designed for, like there are games that are sold on Steam, but it's not going to stop you from getting games from outside of Steam. And Panic has the curated, like season 1 of 24 games, and there is going to be a Playdate store. But in the meantime, they're not going to stop you from getting games from elsewhere, and in fact, encourage it and have even facilitated it. And what they've said is that, like, yeah, and what we'll do is that once the store launches, not everything that people design for Playdate will go into the store. We want going into the store to be kind of like representative of like a badge of quality. We want people, like, when they see
like the old like Nintendo seal of approval sort of thing,
right? Which made me think about what like the current experience is of like trying to navigate the Nintendo eShop like at all. The Nintendo eShop has become this like absolute like hellscape where there are so many games where, like, if you enter a search term on the eShop, like let's say you search Zelda because you're like, I like Zelda and I would like to play a Zelda video game. The number of games that are like using search terms like Zelda in their description, or even using the word Zelda in hidden text, so that way you wouldn't even see the word when you read the description, so that way they can like trick you into opening the game. The number of games on the eShop using like broken assets or stolen assets, or are intentionally designed to 100% look like another game. Like, there are on the Nintendo Switch right now like several different Wordle clones for some reason on the fucking Switch. And like there's more than one Wordle clone on the Switch which is calling itself Wordle. And like, this is not the Wordle which is currently owned by the New York Times. This is just some fucking person going rogue selling this shit on the eShop.
Yeah, we had that problem with the regular Wordle. Also.
Right.
Like on the phones, it's still a problem.
Right. And I'm just sitting here thinking about like this like model that like Panic has taken, where they're like, access to our shop is going to be like limited and it's going to represent an endorsement. And I'm like, man, can you like, I was just thinking about like how happy I would be if what Nintendo did was say, we are going to facilitate open development and sideloading for our consoles going forward, and getting onto the Nintendo eShop is going to represent an endorsement by Nintendo. Like that is going to represent like positioning. Like if we
See, I thought Nintendo... Here's the thing. I would have assumed that that was what Nintendo was already doing.
Right.
But more like, I would have assumed that Nintendo wouldn't allow something in their eShop unless it met, like, their minimum quality standards.
And right
Does that make sense?
Right, and now...
I agree with that, but like I know in my heart of hearts that they will not sign off on emulators unless they have already stole them.
I'm not even just talking about emulators. I mean, like, all the games that are on the eShop. I would have expected Nintendo to have already, like, done a quality thing on. You know?
There was that homegirl, what was it, that was just like loading, like, it wasn't even like, they weren't really games, right, Cartwright? They were just like videos of like chats from like Japanese girls or whatever as like cell phone conversations, and like I'm not even sure those are entirely games, but like Nintendo put them on their eShop. They did. I saw them do it.
Yep. And like, and that's the problem right now, is that like the threshold for getting on the eShop right now is
so low.
Does this work on Switch?
Mm-hmm.
And if it works on Switch, then it gets to go on the eShop. Which is why we get stuff now like game will come out for Switch, and then like 3 months later people will find the thing, and like there'll be a Twitter thread about like, hey, did you guys know that there's a game like with actual Nazis like fucking women to death with chainsaws on Switch? And like it has a button which is called like the sexual violence button. That's how it's labeled. At which point it'll then get taken down. And it's like, why was this ever up for 3 months?
Yeah, why was that permitted, Nintendo? Right. Who is actually doing your quality control?
Right. And like I think that there's enough people who associate the idea of like store placement with implicit endorsement, that they assume that there's some kind of level of scrutiny going on with things beyond the idea of like just very minimally, will this not break the hardware? Does it actually work on the device? And like if you just go into like the eShop, it is just like this absolute massive river of shit. And this is not me saying that there's not like attention listeners. This is not Brian saying that there's not good games on Switch. Obviously, there's great games on Switch. But if you're just like casually browsing the store, you would never fucking know that. You wouldn't. And so like when I got this Playdate and like turning on my Playdate, there's no store anywhere right now in the interface. It'll be push to the device later, whenever it happens. And so like right now, the ergonomic interface for the Playdate is just entirely about using the device. Like that is it. Just like sort through the games that you own, play the games that you have, and then every Monday get 2 new games. And like the little button on the top of it will flash to let you know that your games have been downloaded. Like that's it. And like there's a simplicity and there's a cleanness and there's an elegance that absolutely took me back to putting Tetris into my Game Boy for the first time. Just that purity of experience, that purity of purpose, where you're just like, this does what I want from it and no more. Like, that's absolutely cool. And people are already designing, like, fun, weird, silly games that definitely have, like, what I would call, like, the Nintendo vibe to it already. Like, there's a game that came out for this thing called France Horn. Not French Horn, France Horn.
Okay.
And it's like, learn to play the France Horn. And like so like what you do with this game is like you got a little picture of a guy in profile holding a French horn, and with the crank on the side of the device, when you turn the crank, it makes like the France Horn turn and contort upon itself. So you could like turn the crank while pressing the D-pad, and just like it just absolutely causes the thing to like contort in these like really, really silly ways, and it'll like ask you to do various different things with the France Horn, which will require like, I guess I turn the crank this way while I press the D-pad this way, and it's just and it just like this kind of like silly thing. It feels like a large expanded like WarioWare game. You know, like when Wario would be like, okay, here's a game about like picking a nose or something like that, and there's just like a simplicity and an elegance to the design because it's so single minded and so purposeful. Like this France Horn game feels like that, um, but with just slightly more meat on the bones. So like instead of being a chicken wing, it's like a drumstick. You know, like that. I don't know if that analogy is landing with anybody, but like there's lots of little experiences like that, and then there's also stuff which is like a little bit more fleshed out. There's like a little bit deeper. But before I get to the stuff which is like a little bit deeper, there was a game that I played for it called A Joke that is worth 99 cents. And the whole premise of A Joke worth 99 cents is that you have to turn the crank back and forth while there's a little dude bouncing on the crank. So you can see a visual representation of your crank's position on screen, and so you're turning the crank back and forth so that way you make sure he lands on your crank while he's bouncing up and down, telling you this joke. And if he falls, you got to start over, so that way you wouldn't have to want to get through the very, very long joke and tell you a joke worth 99 cents. And I guess that like the name of the game kind of spoils what the price point of the game is. But it's essentially a game where the gameplay mechanic is, balancing this little bouncing guy, but while you're balancing the little bouncing guy, there's like fun, cute music playing, and the guy's telling you a joke. And I'm like, oh god, like this kind of like physically interactive balancing game feels like a total fucking Nintendo thing. And then layering this other thing on top of it, gives it that like little extra taste. There's a platformer I bought for it called Cranky Bird, and like you do traditional jumping in it, but when you use the crank, it starts to become like Flappy Bird. So like when you experience like extended areas where like a jump won't work, like if there's spikes or if there's water, then you need to like fly, and so that's when you encounter the Flappy Bird style flying. And I'm like what an absolutely cool like combination of gameplay mechanics, like traditional platforming plus like that goofy flying from Flappy Bird, and like it's like that game has like a story, and there's like Metroidvania style like fucking locking of areas, and it cost me $3. Like one of the things that's like going on right now with Playdate is there's been this gold rush of like developers who were like, Playdate's out, I want to develop for Playdate, and so there's been like a whole bunch of like interesting like unique games that have come out for it, and for the most part, the games that have come out for Playdate have been very, very cheap. There is the most expensive game I have bought for my Playdate has been $10, and it was the most expensive game by a significant margin. Which was this game called Bloom, which is a really cool game about owning and running a flower shop. And Bloom runs in real time, like Animal Crossing. So, like when I pick up my Playdate at 8 p.m., it's 8 p.m. in Bloom. And it's like this fully featured shopkeeping JRPG. And like all this shit is going on this like device. And that's even before you start to get into like the curated experiences, which are coming at the rate of 2 a week versus like season 1 of like Playdate games. It's so like the feeling of like small, strange, whimsical experiences on withered technology is like a hallmark of Nintendo. Like I am used to old technology being repurposed into things for fun that inspire developers with the limitations of the device. This is the core essence of Playdate. The screen that sits inside of Playdate and the hardware that sits inside of Playdate is stuff that was originally designed for, get this, parking meters. But Panic saw how cheap they could get these like parking meter guts and parking meter screens and said, what if we built a video game console around this stuff designed for parking meters? And because they could get them so cheap. And my God, they did, and now it feels this feels like a Game Boy. That's what it feels like. Like, so I mean, if you want that experience, like if you there's like a separation that like when I pick up my Switch, I feel like I'm picking up a console, if that makes sense, right? And even when I would pick up my Vita, it felt like a console. Like it just, it pushes you into like a space where apps exist, where stores exist. It's like very, very easy to pick up one of those devices and not necessarily be purpose driven. But like whenever I would pick up my Game Boy, because it was like very, very limiting in the way that it would drive user engagement once the device was turned on. Like when I would pick it up and be like, okay, like I'm picking up my Game Boy. I'm going to play some fucking Super Mario Land 2. Like that is what I am going to do. And like whether intentionally or not, like this kind of experience on Nintendo handhelds lasted up through the 3DS because it was so darn clunky to do anything on the DS and the 3DS that wasn't just play the fucking games. So it still led to that like level of like intentionality. Like I know that like when I pick up my Playdate, I'm gonna play some fucking Bomber Panda. Like that's what I'm going to do. And so like it a lot of the handheld like consoles and PCs that have come out have felt like trying to capture the console experience. The Playdate feels like a modern revisit to the handheld experience because of the intention of the user. Like a lot of times, like you turn on the Steam Deck and then figure out what to do. You turn on your Playdate already knowing what you're going to do. This is like the video game equivalent of like leaving a book on your nightside table. You don't like pick up a book and go, now what should I read? You continue to read the book that you're reading. You pick up a Playdate knowing what you're going to do with it. Does that help?
I guess.
Hello?
I think
Okay.
it does.
Okay. I'm just saying it's very, very easy to distract yourself with features and distract yourself with interfaces on devices that are not so purpose driven. It's very small, but it's very comfortable. The entire Playdate sits comfortably it rests in the palm of my hand. Which I was anticipating it being a little bit bigger, but then I got the thing, and it's just a tiny bit smaller than a slice of cheese. Like that, yeah.
That seems
Which
too tiny. That seems cramped.
I have not had that experience thus far.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. The screen is very, very good. Which I guess I can anticipate, like it being a 1-bit screen that was designed to be like read outdoors under terrible conditions because the screen was originally designed for parking meters. I mean, so like even though the screen is not backlit, I have not really encountered any kind of like issues with readability. Something else which is worth noting is that like this thing could like absolutely sips power. Like it daintily sips power. Now, like with my Steam Deck, allow me to tell you my newest lull use for my Nintendo Switch. If I have used my Steam Deck for an extended period of time, I will just run the fucking USB-C cable from the Steam Deck to the Switch. At which point, like, the Steam Deck says, "Lol, this thing is a battery," and it just starts like eating the Switch's battery to power itself. It'll just draw power from the Switch. Now the Playdate I can let sit unplugged for days at a time without needing to charge it. So far, the longest period of time that I've gone without charging the Playdate is a week without any charging whatsoever, because its power consumption levels are so ridiculously low. This is really a thing that you can throw in your pocket or throw in a purse, or keep on a nightstand, and will be a like no mess, no fuss, positive integration into your experience. I want to, I guess, now specifically call it like a feature of the Steam Deck, because I forgot to mention it, because I now want to specifically call it a feature of the Playdate. The thumbsticks on the Steam Deck feel very good. They are probably the best thumbsticks I've fucked with. There's a weight to them. There's a clickiness to them. Like, getting back to like, wanting to put a best foot forward. They knew what they were doing with the design of those thumbsticks. Now onto the Playdate. The crank is absolutely inspired. There is a clickiness you can feel when spinning the crank. And also, there is a satisfying noise that is made whenever the crank is seated or unseated, because not every game uses the crank. So, like, a lot of games, it'll be just like folded up, sitting inside of your device. But like the crank feels good. The fact that like games can understand whether or not the crank is seated or unseated. There's a game that I was playing which is about being an accountant who is shredding financial documents that they shouldn't shred because of an IRS audit, and that the IRS is on premises, and they're currently looking for documents. And the whole idea of the game is whenever the IRS isn't directly looking at you, you should be shredding documents. And the way you shred documents is spinning the crank. But they'll see that you're shredding documents if you have the crank out. So like whenever you see the IRS coming, you have to like dock the crank. You have to put the crank in. Which means that the game not only uses the crank for gameplay mechanics, it also uses seating and unseating the crank for gameplay mechanics, which is also clever. So, like, I love absolutely clever, like, hardware implementations. Like, this, it is a very, very satisfying device to futz around with. The cover that it came with is, like, absolutely elegance of design. Like, it's one of those things where, like, I wish that they made covers like this for the Switch, because it just the way that it was designed in the first place is that in the back of the device there are magnets, and so the cover itself has magnets in it too. So all I did was just, like, put the cover behind the thing, and it just snapped on, and there it is. And it's snug and it's clean and it looks great. Like, it's one of those things where, like, it looks as good as, like, when you have a cover on your iPad, and I'm like, man, it'd be really great if, like, Nintendo had, like, a unified, clean looking cover for the Switch, because, like, there's always, like, oh, like, people are like, what should I get to put my Switch in, or what kind of cover should I get for my Switch? I'm like, Nintendo, the amount of money that you're leaving on the table by not having, like, a single standardized, like, Switch cover option is huge. There's got to be a lot of money there. So anyway, like, I guess that is my book report on Playdate. Does anyone have questions?
I don't have any questions. I think it was very thorough, and I give your book report an A+.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Rocky.
I think Rocky died.
Rocky, did you die? Rocky, are you deceased? Rocky, you have muted yourself.
Has he? Oh, yeah. Huh? I wonder if he wandered off to take care of some business.
Oh.
Considering, I think he got off a plane and then showed up here. You know?
Like, now well, now I don't know what to do. Because he's just plumb disappeared.
Hi,
Yes?
there you are. What happened? Mm-hmm. Haha.
You know, if that had been in chat, I wouldn't have tried to throw to you. I'm just saying. Oh. Tegan,
Mm-hmm.
would you like to talk about things?
Sure, I can talk about things.
Go.
You know.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
So Brian, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I've been playing a mobile game. It's called King's Choice. It's not very good. He's such a dick. He's such an asshole. He continues to be an asshole. It's amazing. He changed his name back to Debo, so he has Debo again. So I'm in the server, full of people who are having drama with one character named Debo, who spent, like, maybe rumor allegedly spent $5,000 on this mobile game, to be the highest VIP level available, and basically cut everyone out from getting any of the titles because he was mad at his old group. His old, like, alliance group. So he got kicked out of the alliance, the rumor alleges. He got kicked out of the alliance, he formed his own alliance, he spent a shit ton of money, and now he just dominates every single in-game event, so that no one else can have a title or a spot or anything. He wins everything, because fuck everyone else, I guess. He's been particularly targeting this one player, whose username is Margaret. He keeps, quote unquote, I'm gonna put this in quotes, he keeps stealing her camps for the Dragon Island, section. He's stealing her meat camps so that she can't have a camp, so that she can't get as much shit, because she's the one who kicked him out of his old team, allegedly. I don't really know how all that works, because you can only get kicked out of a team if you don't log on for 7 days. But apparently not for this. Anyway, doesn't matter. So they continue to go back and forth. Last week, 2 weeks ago, they changed his entire group, changed all of their usernames to be penis analogies, because they thought it would be funny. Let me see how many people are in the fucking team. Let's see. View Alliance. There are 22 people who did penis analogies. Some of them are still penis analogies. Their deputy leader's name is still Bangkok. Yeah. There's some that are very dumb. There's a glizzy goblin in here. There's a, but they've mostly changed their names back to, regular usernames now. Not currently, no.
Jesus.
But yeah, so I thought everything had finally, settled down, essentially. We've kind of, formed into two, the server itself has kind of formed into two camps. Those who are willing to work with that guild, and groups who are not willing to work with that guild, right? No. So they introduced pets now, and so you can have a dog or a cat, and you can breed them with other players' dogs and cats, right?
Guys, oh god, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Can we take a break real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, I will be right back.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We started the Ballad of Debo, and then we had to take a break. I was going over the allegations so that we could continue into what is happening this week. It's more of the same bullshit. It's just constant. It's been constant. Every third day, there'll just be a dump in the All Kingdom chat, which is how all of the players talk to each other, about how shitty Debo is, and how everyone is talking about him behind his back, and how none of his friends are actually his friends, and that the Discord server that he set up for his alliance is just full of spies, and and everyone apparently has screenshots and receipts somehow of him being shitty to people, and he's just you guys are all obsessed with me. He's 100% been pulling a Regina George, and just why are you all obsessed with me? Oh my god, it's so funny. And I'm just I think everyone on the server would have a lot more fun if they just chose to ignore Debo in his entirety and saw what that did to the dude, It's wild. But also, he continues to spend money. Allegedly, and this is new, the way that he's winning every event now is he is spending a minimum of $200 a day on value packs so that he can get enough shit in the game to be on top, because the other alliances are all cycling through our group is saving up for this event, so no one else has to worry about it. someone else save up for this event, you know, like, and we're just like cycling through which guild is supposed to work on which event to try and like unseat him overall. It's so fucking, it's absolutely like bonkers. And I'm just sitting here like, does any other fucking King's Choice server have this shit going on? Does anybody have like a regular server? Or are they all these weird power grabs? Because like we can see the cross kingdom rankings and like this dude from TKO, Charismina, has been top of the ranking for state power forever. And fucking what's his name? Phelan has the highest like ranked knight and has had the highest ranked knight for like literally months. So I don't understand. I don't know. Is every fucking server secretly like this, or is it just ours?
I mean, since like the top servers are like definitely outpacing Devo, I feel like there's either more Devos to the point that they have to fight each other, or there's no Devos, but the former seems more likely.
Right. Like, there's something... And I'm sitting here like, he's got $200 a day to dump in this game? Can he send some of that my way? Like, fuck. You know? I could do with an additional $200 a day. For shit. God. Like, I don't know. It's continues to be a wild, funny time. Just watching these people freak out over one dude. And then he comes and he's like, why are you all obsessed with me? It seems really funny that you have all these private chats devoted to talking about me. You know? Like, big mean girl energy. Big mean girl energy. But yeah, that's the King's Choice update. It sure is a time still. It still could... Oh, also, actually, something new has happened that's King's Choice adjacent. So, I picked up this game because it looked like it was one of those, like, dumb choose-your-own-adventure kind of games, right? You know? And it turns out it's a kingdom management sim, which, like, is fine. I'm not mad about it. I just, you know, whatever. So, all of those ads, all the ads that were for King's Choice, because I recognize the models, and I recognize the company name, every single one of those choose-your-own-adventure style ads has been repurposed for a new game called Palace Puzzles. And I'm tempted to pick that one up and see if it's anything like what they're actually advertising. No, I don't know. It's just called Palace Puzzles. I just saw it today. I got my first ad for it this morning while I was, like, doing my regular, like, daily shit. And I was just like, what is this? Why are these ads for a completely different game now? Who knows? The wonders never cease. But I might check it out later to see what's up. I just think it's really funny. And I'm like, hey, I know that bit. Hey, I know this advertisement. What do you mean this is for a different game? Super dumb. Anyway. That's it. It's very dumb. In other news, I've been playing Genshin almost exclusively. Yay! My favorite event is back. The Golden Apple Archipelago. For longtime listeners, like if you've been here since last year, the Golden Apple Archipelago is the Genshin summertime event, where you go to some limited time islands, you solve some mysteries, you run around in a boat, and you just like generally hang out and have a beach episode, essentially. Or you did last year. This year, we're diving into character psyches in a parallel world. Why are we doing this? I don't fucking know. Does it rock with the, like, steel drum, fun, tropical vibes? A little bit. Is it still good? Yeah. The Golden Apple Archipelago... the Golden Apple Archipelago continues to be my favorite Genshin place. The music is still the exact same. It still gives big Wind Waker vibes. Like, I'm not mad about any of it. All of the, like, individual boating, like, quest activity things are completely different from the ones that they did last year. There's still, like, the regular stuff. There's, like, hilly troll towers in the ocean that you can, like, take over and, like, beat them up, and then you get the treasure chest and that kind of stuff. But there are these, like, there's, like, this cloud platforming section now where you can, like, jump on these, like, floating jellyfish, and if you follow the path all the way to the end, you get a treasure chest, which is new. There are, like, these new boat racing things where, like, it sends you through an obstacle course, and you have to, like, get to the end in a certain amount of time, which is a little bit different. It's, like, adjacent to what they did last year, but it's still, like, new enough that it feels fresh. And the storyline is bonkers. These kids be LARPing, and it's very cringe and very good. Our main characters this session are, this time last year it was Jean and Barbara, and then, like, Klee and Albedo and Kaya and D-Luke showed up later. Well, Klee was there the whole time, but, you know, whatever. This year, our main characters are Fischl and Mona, who are both very, very, like, they would be D&D nerds. And then we've also got Jinyan from Liyue and Kazuha from Inazuma. And, like, the way they rope all these characters together, like, Fischl and Mona feels very natural because, like, Fischl is calling, so Fischl's, like, the Chunibyo. She's, like, she lives in, like, a fantasy world, sort of. Or, like, she acts like she does. So she very much is like, I have secret magic powers and I was summoned from another world. And everyone's like, sure you are, kid. Good for you. And she speaks with this, like, very over-the-top, theatrical, like, pattern where she's like, but forsooth, what items are over yonder? And her little, like, bird companion is like, mein Fräulein wants to know what's over there. It's very good. But she like talks like this, and Mona's last name is Magistus, and she's an astrologer, and so she's the court's mage now. And she's like, Lady Magistus, what do thine divination powers foresee for our fabulous summer voyage? And Mona's like, I don't fucking know, man. When I do a reading, everything is weird here, because these islands don't actually exist. But she'll, like, join in for, like, the banter, because Mona also has, like, a kind of over-the-top way of speaking, but not quite the same way as Fischl. She's just like, well, as a great astrologer, like, of course I'm able to see the future. It's very much, like, fun. And then Kazuha and Jinyan are both very, like, down-to-earth, totally normal. And Fischl has appointed Jinyan as the official court musician, and Kazuha is the swordsman who will protect them as the head knight, and it's just very good. It's so cringe. Every time I hear the dialogue, I'm like, kill the part of you that cringes. Kill the part of you that cringes. Because they're having so much fun. I'm so happy for them. I've only finished the first day's events. We're only 2 days into the event. By the time this drops, the whole event will be out. But right now we're only in the first 2 days. So I have seen all of Kazuha's event, where we were teleported into the inner workings of his mind to relive the fall of his samurai clan and his subsequent escape from Inazuma, for being persecuted for being a vision user during the Vision Hunt decree. We got to see all of that, like, loosely in this weird mind place. And Jinyan's is gonna start today, I think. But we're gonna get to see all 4 of these characters, which will be interesting. And the, this, like, foreboding, like, big gothic castle has started to appear periodically. Like, we can see it on the horizon building, like, superimposed on top of some of these, like, mountains in the Golden Apple Archipelago, and then it'll vanish when you get too close to it. And also the Fatui are here for some reason, last year it was just, there was nobody, and it was just like, oh, you can listen to these conchas and hear, like, these big seashell conchas, and hear the people who used to be here, like, their, like, trapped memories of being stranded on these islands and their subsequent escape. And now it's just like the Fatui showed up, and they're using this place as a testing site because it's super uninhabited, and they don't want to risk, like, harming anybody doing these weird tests for this weird thing that I don't know what it does yet. And so, like, almost all of the conchas have been replaced with new ones that either have images and associated dialogue, or just, like, fully voice-acted dialogue underneath them to explain, like, this, like, group of Fatui and, like, what they've been up to, without actually telling me anything about the thing that they're, like, researching, which has been very neat. And the whole thing is very weird. Like, the Fatui, as they've shown them in this section, are very, like, childish, if that makes sense. They feel more like a family unit that's been stranded than, like, hardened soldiers, which is who we usually fight in the wild. Yeah, and they're all standing, like, still on different islands talking about something that is missing or that is lost and how they want to get it back. But you can't interact with them, like, at all otherwise. They just stand there and they're just like, but I lost the thing and I have to get it back, or like, this person is going to be really disappointed in me and I don't know what to do about that. And they're just standing there. And, like, some of the stuff I found, like, one guy's looking for a very important insignia, apparently, and I found it already, and I was like, can I give this to him? And apparently not. I haven't unlocked that part of the story yet, I guess. But I have it, so, it's been neat. It's been interesting. I'm excited to see where this goes. And I hope that they do it again next year. If that makes sense. Like, I hope that the Golden Apple Archipelago continues to be a place that we return to that does weird shit. Because it's very much like, tropical paradise, don't mind the weird castle, tropical paradise. It's like, nothing is going to ruin my vacation.
This reminds me of a frustration that I didn't even vent during my banter.
Oh, yeah?
Because since I'm back on my bullshit with Hearthstone.
Oh, you are?
Yes. Were you not here, Tegan, the week that I talked about? You were not.
No,
you were not.
I
here?
was not.
Okay.
I was busy handling business.
Yes. Papers, business papers.
Yes. So many business papers.
Yeah.
I was in the field.
Fully deployed. Those foot picks don't take themselves.
They sure fucking don't. Wish they did.
This time of year is normally my favorite event in Hearthstone, the Fire Festival. Fire Festival is usually 2 weeks of fire-themed events celebrating Ragnaros the Fire Lord. We usually get some tavern brawls around Ragnaros. We get an opportunity to, like, update our main greeting to be like, Happy Fire Festival or something along those lines.
Right, yeah.
Or if you're a creepy fuck like Gul'dan, you just be like, light the fires.
Mm-hmm.
A good time. I look forward to the Fire Festival.
There's no Fire Festival this year?
Oh, there is, but it sucks.
Oh, no!
You forgot option B, Tegan.
I did.
Yeah, which is where they're like, nobody plays Battlegrounds because everybody hates Battlegrounds. So here's what we're going to do. In order to get the really nice user portrait at the end of the Fire Festival, we're going to create a chained quest that people have to complete that involves playing a lot of Battlegrounds and playing a lot of duels. Both modes no one uses.
Oh, okay.
And they were like, yeah, and there's also no way to trade in those individual pieces of the quest line. So if you opt out, then you cannot finish the total quest, which means that you cannot get the user portrait, which is for standard play. You have to play Battlegrounds in order to get the standard play portrait. So you have to dump something like 6 hours into Battlegrounds and 2 hours into duels, or you can't get the standard portrait. I'm like, well, you know what? Fuck you. And so I there was a button to opt out of the whole quest line. They're like, are you sure? Because if you're sure, then you won't get the Fire Festival portrait. I'm like I'm not going to give you 8 hours of my life just to spike your engagement numbers on a mode that's not fun.
That's not fun and not popular.
Right. And even better, in addition to just doing that, they have not rolled out any of the Ragnaros themed tavern brawls that they have in years past. They're not even running the old ones.
Now that feels lazy.
Yeah, so basically for me, all the Fire Festival has been the updated greeting, where I'm just like, Happy Fire Festival, light the fires, or may it burn, things like that. It's fucking Fire Festival. So Tegan,
that's no fun. What the fuck?
So Tegan, I'm glad to hear that your Fire Festival is going well.
Yeah, no, it's great. I'm having a blast. I love the Golden Apple Archipelago. I specifically love that this is a limited section, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's small enough that it's easy to explore. It's got a bunch of puzzles in it that are not too challenging, but also unique to the region. They're different puzzles from the ones that were around last year. And the game kind of acknowledges we know you already explored this last year. We're still gonna lock this section of the map that you didn't immediately spawn into and make you resail to those places because we have made changes there and we want you to experience them fresh. And I like that.
Right.
It's been a blast. And it's a neat way to get to know more about these specific characters. And so I hope they do it again with new characters next year,
Yeah.
Speaking of new.
Tegan, what's your second favorite Genshin event?
My second favorite Genshin event?
Yeah.
Probably, it's probably Lantern Rite.
Okay.
It's probably Lantern Rite. We haven't done a full year in Inazuma yet, so I don't know how many additional festivals will happen in Inazuma, if that makes sense.
Right.
But Lantern Rite takes place over Chinese New Year. And there is absolutely a specific level of care that they've put into those events. Last year it was oh, this is your first Lantern Rite. Oh boy, this is what it's like. And you got to kind of experience it more on a visitor end.
Right.
Where you mostly helped your friends run around and do some last minute stuff, but you still got to hang out with everybody. And this year it was oh, you've saved Liyue twice now. And we don't want to involve you on stuff. You deserve a break. But also, all of your friends are, at this point, all your main friends in Liyue are actually working as part of, the government, because they all worked in the government before, but, they just made time for you. And this year, they're we want you to have fun as, the guest of honor here, but also, there's some shit going down that we have to attend to. So, I'm sorry, we'll hang out at the event, but, in the lead up to the event, there's some stuff going on. And you're oh, I'll help you with the stuff. And then you get to help with, the behind-the-scenes stuff of, working with the different ministries to, make sure the event goes off. Which is fun. And you got to do fireworks, which was new.
That also sounds like adequate variety from year to year.
Yeah.
And there has historically also been adequate variety from year to year in my second favorite event of the year at Hearthstone, which is called the Feast of Wintervale. Guess when it happens?
Christmas.
Yes.
Holiday time.
Yes. When the various boards in the game get snow covered, and you get greetings like Happy Feast of Wintervale, and they roll out snowball fight mechanics and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And I just hope that this year's Fire Festival is not indicative of the level of care I can expect from the Feast of Wintervale this year.
Yeah, the next seasonal event that's going to take place in Genshin is in August-ish, and it's I think it's August-ish, is the Windbloom Festival, which is Mondstadt's big celebration. But we are going to be getting Sumeru soon, which is the new region, so we'll have all of those events. And I think probably Genshin isn't going to really kick it into overdrive for the big winter events until we get to Snezhnaya, just because that is the cold, snowy area, you know? I expect there'll be some Christmas adjacent winter feast thing that we get to attend there. That's a big deal, you know?
Happy Feast of Wintervale, Tegan.
Yeah! Happy Feast of Wintervale, Brian! Genshin also did another thing. They dropped all of the Fatui. They dropped all the big guys. It's very exciting. Basically, and this is really funny because this has been pointed out by a number of people. But people reacted poorly to the Sumeru characters. And so literally 2 weeks later, huh? Yeah, they're okay design. Everybody's fucking white, man. Everyone is white, and that's everyone was but we wanted more melanin, and we wanted a variety of characters, and a lot of these are really tropey, scary, not great thing. Whatever. Anyway, so we went over that. It's fine. So they were quick, let's drop the Fatui! And now no one is talking about the Sumeru characters anymore. We'll talk about them again, I'm sure, when Sumeru actually drops. But, no one is talking about it. We're all talking about how sexy the Fatui characters are. They dropped, the 11 Fatui Harbingers, so we get to see all of, Child/Tartaglia's, co-workers, which is very exciting. Up until this point, we have only officially met 3 of the Fatui. Tartaglia, who's Child, La Signora, and Scaramouche.
Right.
All of these characters are named after the stock characters in the Commedia dell'arte. So now we get to see all of them. And the reason we got to see all of them was they officially had a funeral for La Signora. So she's fucking dead for real. Congratulations. She got her ass handed to her by the Raiden Shogun. Good. So they dropped all the stuff, and everybody's oh my god, they're all so sexy! And they're all very pretty, don't get me wrong. They're all very pretty. And we also got to learn some of their rankings, which is fun. Because there are 11 of them, and so they're all ranked the strongest one is Piero, who is the jester. And then the weakest one is Tartaglia. So, yeah. We got to see, the ones all in between, and they're very good. The ones I personally am most interested in are, Dottore, who is the doctor. His design, as released, is very different from how he's shown in the Genshin, webtoon that's ongoing. And apparently what he does is he freezes himself in time at different points in his own life cycle and then has them doing different errands. I don't know how that works, but there's multiple Dottores running around, is the implication. All at different ages. All with different jobs. Which is wild. Pantalone, who's the regrader, it turns out he's in charge of the Snezhnaya Bank. So he is the one who is giving Child all of this money to do whatever he needs to with. Which is why, which makes sense because like Child's like we all joke that Child's like a wallet, and it's like, oh no, he really is. He really is. But my favorite, who I'm very excited about, is we're not gonna see her for a zillion years, I'm sure, but her name is Columbina, and she is the damselet, the maiden. And she's number 3 of the Fatui Harbingers, and I just, her design is so cool. She's got little wings in her hair. I'm so excited. But people are trying to, like, infer what their, like, character is going to be based on, like, their role in the Commedia dell'arte and stuff like that, so it's been very fun. I just sent you guys a picture of what she looks like. She's so cute. I'm dying. She's so cute. But everyone is losing their mind over Pantalon because he's like, everyone's like, oh, he's like Baiju, but like sexier and actually evil instead of just maybe evil. So it'll be fun. We don't know everybody's rank yet. There's 4 people who we're not sure where they sit. Dottore, Capitano, Syndrome, and Arlencina. But everyone else we know like what order they're in and stuff. And everyone's like, oh, they're like, this one is this person, and so like this is what their trope means in the Commedia dell'arte, so their story arc is probably going to follow something like, you know, and then it like goes on from there. So that's been really fun. It's been neat to see what people do. Also, the implication at this point is that all of these characters have two different like powers they can use. Because they have their regular vision, and then they have their delusion, which is like the Fatui made visions that are apparently like suck your life force from you while you use them. So that'll be fun. La Signora, who's a weekly boss, is a weekly boss, is Pyro and Cryo. She has a Cryo delusion and a Pyro vision. And then Tartaglia, who's Child, who is also a weekly boss, has a Hydro vision and Electro delusion. So, like, they're all opposite each other, which is kind of fun. And with us just introducing, getting our first taste of the Dendro stuff in the next update when Sumeru drops, it'll be really neat to see who has that one. It'll be fun. I'm excited. It's gonna be enjoyable. It's gonna be good. Do you have any questions? Getch is very good at marketing. Like, their team is utilizing their skills, for sure. They do, yeah. Like, they dropped this, and part of it is like, oh, it's gonna be, you know, the video that they dropped, the teaser trailer, is mostly like, oh, look, here are the rest of the Fatui. But also the thing that they dropped is the like illusion or the implications that the Fatui have a deeper like situation going on in Sumeru, and like we're gonna really be like kicking off that plot line going forward instead of having the Celestia stuff like in the background. Yeah, they're all very pretty too, so like it's exciting. Except for the rooster. He's the guy who's the rooster. Pulselina? I don't know. I don't speak Italian. That guy. He's the only one who's not like generally like pretty, if that makes sense. Yeah, he does kind of look like the Penguin from Batman, and like the Monopoly Man also. Like a little bit of both. A little bit of both. This is the one that most people are interested in. Piero, he's the, like, in addition to the sexy man who I sent earlier, Piero is the number one. Yeah, he's the number one Fatui Harbinger, and the way that he has a mask covering half of his face, and it looks suspiciously like the mask that Dainsleif wears. And also, like, it's on the same side as the mask that Dainsleif wears, and the same side as Kaya's eye patch. And so people are like, oh, he's got connections to Conria stuff But, like, that's just based on his character design. Literally nothing else. We haven't heard shit about this dude. But everyone's like, oh no, it's very obvious because of the way that they do their character designs. And it's like, is it though? Is it? I don't know, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see where all this goes, you know? But yeah. That's it. That's my update. Those are the games I'm playing. It's just Genshin. I'll get back to streaming eventually. I'm sorry. Hashtag maybe someday.
I'm happy to report that I can already find Piero cosplay on TikTok.
Yeah, no, it's fucking nuts. They're so fast. Cosplayers are so fast. I literally saw a full Pantalone TikTok in 8 hours. Less than a full. They dropped the trailer, and this guy was like, I got the whole cosplay done. I'm like, how? How did you do that? It's so crazy how fast people are. Like, and I get it. You know, it's like, styling a long black wig isn't that difficult. And, like, he wears a turtleneck, you know? But, like, how do you get all of the very specific, intricate pieces, and you're just like, yeah, I'm done. I did it. 8 hours. Bam. Like nothing. Crazy. Absolutely nutty to me. Good for them. Mihoyo works hard, but cosplayers work harder.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. I'm very excited. I do want to cosplay Columbina, though. She's so cute. It's the wings. I saw the little angel wings in her hair, and I was like, this one's my favorite. I have a type. I have a type. It's the ones that look like they're angels. It's that one. God.
So.
Anyway. Yeah.
What's it time to do now? I don't even know.
It's time for news. Now it's news time. This is the part of the show where we tell you what's going on.
Da na 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 na. Today's top story. We have patrons, and we thank them for being our patrons. And they are Oscar Garcia. Thank you. Thank you to our kid brother, Big Soch. Thank you to Joe Spiro, granddad of this show. Thank you to Sighard Albrecht, a.k.a. the premier waifuologist Sig. Thank you to Stuart Templeton, who I should add to this document. And thank you to Tuan Castillo for being our number one in our hearts, the picture on my ceiling, the cream in my coffee. Yes. The little spoon to my everything. You get the point. Thank you all.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Very much.
Yeah. We have other news. Would anyone like to talk about Unity CEO John Riccatello?
Okay.
Well, John Riccatello, longtime member of the gaming community. Before he was CEO at Unity, he worked his way up the chain at EA. He was CEO there for a while. Arch nemesis of Stuart Templeton, John Riccatello.
Okay, yeah.
So John Riccatello, CEO of Unity, one of the it's fair to say that, like, these days, if you're making a game, you're usually either making it using Unreal or Unity.
Mm-hmm.
So, depending on
one of the two major game engines.
Yes, the Coke and your Pepsi of game engines.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what John Riccatello had to say today or this week in an interview.
Amazing.
John Riccatello spoke up about microtransactions, saying that those who avoid implementing monetization early on in the process are some of the most beautiful and pure, brilliant people, and that they're some of the biggest fucking idiots.
Wow.
So, there is we have four. I have four selected quotes here from Riccatello from the interview because they're all so bad. So time to dig
Which one takes the cake? Who knows?
Okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Ferrari and some other high-end car manufacturers still use clay and carving knives. It's a very small portion of the gaming industry that works that way. And some of these people are my favorite people in the world to fight with. They're also the most beautiful and pure, brilliant people. They're some of the biggest fucking idiots. I've been in the gaming industry longer than most anybody, getting to the gray hair and all that. It used to be the case that developers would throw their game over the wall to the publicist at Salesforce with literally no interaction of art form and medium. And it's one that I'm deeply respectful of. I know their dedication and care. Apparently you have to get marketing involved earlier, Tegan. Did you know?
Oh my god, no way.
They have to be involved early on in the design process.
They do.
Yeah, apparently so. But this industry divides people between those who still hold to that philosophy and those who massively embrace how to figure out what makes a successful product. And I don't know what successful artist anywhere doesn't care about what their player thinks. This is where the cycle of feedback comes in. If they can choose to ignore it. But to choose to not know at all is not a great call. And then lastly, I've seen great games fail because they tuned their compulsion loop to 2 minutes when it should have been an hour. Sometimes you wouldn't even notice the product difference between a massive success and a tremendous fail, but for tuning and what it does to the attrition rate, there isn't a developer on this planet that would want that knowledge.
He sure did use a lot of words.
He sure did say some things there.
I don't know what they all mean.
Well, so first he said that developers who do not consider monetization early in design are fucking idiots.
Right.
Then he
I got.
Then he said marketing needs to be involved at the beginning of the design process. Then he said that design needs to be for a successful product, and that needs to be done with player feedback in mind at the beginning of the process. And then he said that successful gaming design is built around a compulsion loop and figuring out how long it takes for the player to complete that loop. So how does everybody feel about this?
I don't like him. I think he's stupid.
Yeah. Strong agree. Rocky.
Rocky's muted himself again.
Rocky?
He's sorting through some stuff. It's okay. Sometimes we gotta sort through shit. But yeah, it sounds dumb. It sounds like he doesn't know anything about making video games. Like, on the short end. Which seems weird coming from a guy who's supposed to, like, who's in charge of one of the companies that literally is what makes video games run. Am I wrong there?
Yeah.
That's weird?
I mean,
it sounds like wildly disconnected. If that makes sense.
I mean, this is a guy who he's been the COO and the president of Electronic Arts. This is a guy who has a seat on the board of the ESA, right?
Mm-hmm.
A seat on the board of the ESRB.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why in the world? But you know what? I mean, and this is one of those things where, like, I guess not everybody gets it, because where he came from before he came to EA was he was at Sara Lee. The people who. The people who make the prepackaged coffee cake?
Yeah, the food people. Yeah.
Right. But then again, Reggie Fils-Aimé came from fucking Pizza Hut, so, like...
Reggie Fils-Aimé came from Pizza Hut, but, like, he did shit. He learned stuff and did stuff.
And this is also one of those things where, like, also, top-down vertical structure, I guess also, like, let's say Reggie did not respect craft, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Let's say Reggie showed up and was like, Mario needs a credit card reader right on his butt cheeks. Like, we want people sliding their cards right on Mario's ass. We want that money. Get a lap dance from Toadstool. Because of Nintendo's incredibly, like, tight vertical structure, that wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, and also that wouldn't have made it, like, anywhere out of the writer's room. You know?
Right.
That would have been dead in the water.
Right.
100%.
And so, but then you've got, like John Riccatello, who comes from, like, Pepsi and Haagen-Dazs and Sara Lee, but like, after his career in, like, the food industry marketing, he moves, like, into marketing at EA and then proceeds to move his way up the food chain. And is now, like, he moves from, like, the top of the food chain in, like, EA to top of the food chain at Unity. And it's, like, absolutely evident that, like, he only views video games as, like, a artless commercial product. That they are only a thing to, like, be sold. That is it. Because I do not think that somebody needs to consider marketing at the beginning of the development of a game. I just absolutely don't.
The only way I would considering marketing at the beginning of development of a game is, what do we have a lot of right now? Will that still be relevant 3, 4, 5 years later? Does that make sense?
Right.
Like, that would be the only spot I would consider marketing at the top of development.
And that also presupposes having a large enough studio with a large enough library that there is a Wii to have stuff on hand.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, like, if it's, like, 4 people who are, like, say, all globally distributed and none of them together, or coming together and, like, say, work on a game, like, say, Spirit Swap,
Mm-hmm.
there's not going to be an existing Wii that has a bunch of, like, resources and assets laying around. They're starting building their first game from scratch. So that's not, like, say, like an EA or a Nintendo or a Sony or a Sega or whoever who has, like, say, an existing resource pipeline to tap.
Mm-hmm. Like, I expect those kinds of conversations for sure from a Sony or a Nintendo.
Right.
You know?
But, like, two people who know each other across the country and are, like, building a game, working together on Zoom and just sending each other code, those people probably did not create a PowerPoint presentation based on marketing reality.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely they did not. Like, what world does he live in?
Right.
Super out of touch with the current, like, major gaming landscape.
Right. And this idea that, like, player feedback needs to be integrated at the beginning of design in order to find success is absolutely untrue. Absolutely untrue. Like, I just think about how, like, you know, a game that we talked about earlier today, like Vampire Survivors. If you look at it, it's Vampire Survivors is, like, visually a mess. It looks like chaotic screen barf.
It is a lot of chaotic screen barf, that is true.
Right. And
there's just so much going on all of the time, and the longer you play it, the more visual junk there is.
Right. And, like, people would tell you, like, from a player feedback perspective, like, hey, this is too busy, like, take it down.
Mm-hmm.
Take it down, take it down. But, like,
right, but that's not the point of it. It's supposed to be like a reverse bullet hell, if that makes sense.
Right. Or if you read any of the early reviews of Demon Souls or Dark Souls, you know, people lament, like, the lack of like, even before they started to, like, talk about difficulty, they lamented, like, the lack of instruction and the lack of, you know, training areas. They're like, oh, like, you know, like, where am I supposed to go? Like, what am I supposed to do? You know, like, and like, player feedback at the time would have been like, where's your hand-holdy training area?
Yeah, how do I do the thing? Teach me how to do the swing.
Right.
Instead of like, all right, here you go, bye.
And so, like, there has to be a certain, I think that, like, I want to use a word, Tegan.
I can't wait.
All right. I think that there has to be a certain level of confidence in design by the artist. You see what word I picked there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, by the artist. Like, making intentional choices for a reason. Like, there's a reason that, like, Breath of the Wild is, like, just fucking dumps you loose and lets you go. Like, they're like, games make choices, and it's fine to make a choice which is not about selling me the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, make a good game and then see if people will come to it. Not make a. One of the things I have seen, like I said, a ton of the last several weeks is, why is everybody making Dead Space right now? Because there's so many games about, like, white guys in suits on scary, mostly abandoned spaceships, like, running around from things that are sticky while holding a gun.
Yep.
You know, and it's like, it is the most obvious case of, like, people designing things to, like, marketing documents and research documents. Because it's like, okay, like, Dead Space is the one, but what about all the rest of these fucking games? Like, those are people being like, you know what, our data suggests that, like, white guy in a suit running from sticky things in, like, a spooky spaceship, that's the way to go. That's what the graph says, sir. Like, there are so many.
I mean, it's also like, what is there a lack of currently in the market? Oh, it's guy in a suit running away from monsters on a spaceship, and then everyone just developed the same fucking game.
Yeah, so all these people are like, oh, this is a vulnerable target. This is an
underserved community.
Yeah.
This is an underserved gaming community that we can help right now, and you all decided to help it at the same time.
I feel like that motivation, Tegan, is, like, awfully generous and philanthropic. Like,
thanks.
Yeah, just like, yeah.
I'm trying to pretend that it's a good spot.
Yeah, the idea that, like,
I am no fool,
yeah.
but, you know.
Oh, yeah, sure.
There is money here. The real thing is, there's money here. People want another Dead Space game, and they're not making another Dead Space game. We can make the other Dead Space game. And they'll give us the money. Like, that's how it went, for sure.
Yeah.
But, like, y'all just made the Dead Space game at the same time. Literally everyone made it. Congratulations, the Dead Space community is fucking thriving. They're so full right now.
And I'm just thinking about, like, how many different, like, team-based, like, colorful team-based combat games have come out, like, since Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, in fairness, Fortnite / Splatoon, but, like, there's all these people who see these, like, colorful team combat games, so they're like, well, what if we did one, but it's dodgeball? Well, what if we did one, but it's frisbee? Like the amount of, like, colorful team-based combat games, like, it's like, please tell me about how in your heart of hearts, how in your deepest heart, you woke up, looked at the sky, and said, I want to make me a colorful team. Like, nobody fucking felt that. No, like, nobody was like, I have a burning urge to make this game.
I could absolutely see somebody said, hey, you know what? I like this colorful team-based game, but I don't want it to have any kind of gun thing at all. Let's make a dodgeball. Like, I could see absolutely that guy being, like, someone who's just very passionate, you know?
Right.
Not the whole, like, marketing group behind it, but, like, that guy is, you know? The guy who had the idea.
Yeah, but and you know what? And for the sake of grace and generosity, let's assume that guy exists.
Yeah.
That explains one of them.
One of them. Yeah, that only explains the one. That's the only one I can think of as not being, like, a blatant cash grab. Is some guy who's like, man, remember when dodgeball was cool when we were kids? What if we did that? And let people jump really, really high and stuff all the time. That'd be so fun. You know?
But, like, the fucking, like, Crayola game where you're riding around on a razor scooter, like,
yeah, nope. That's just Splatoon.
Yeah.
That's just Splatoon, but they didn't want to do a gun.
Right. And you look around and you see all of these games which are obviously designed, air quote, with player input first.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's just like, no, like, ignore me. Ignore me.
This is the one instance where before the game comes out, the customer is fucking wrong.
Yes.
They don't know what they want. They have no fucking idea what they want. That's fine. Like, and maybe I do know what I want, but I won't know what I want until I sample the shit that I don't want.
Right.
You know?
Yes. It's kind of like if you went out to dinner every night and got pizza because you knew pizza was good. It just...
Pizza's good.
Pizza's...
You know what I hear? I hear pizza's pretty good. Let's go have pizza. And then it's like suddenly every single shop on the block is a pizza block. And you're like, well, I mean, we had pizza last week, but, like, all there is pizza now.
Yeah. So, like, I guess I'll say this. Like, if you hear a piece of player feedback and it like, inspires you as a designer, that's fine. I totally believe that there's probably somebody out there right now in a garage working in a distributed work environment across the world with, like, 5 or 6 other people trying to make a Souls game that is less aggressively difficult up front, right?
Yep.
Because that is probably...
Good for you. Keep making that game.
Right, that is probably a cause that has interested some developer, which would be, like, a design idea based on, like, player feedback. But, like, the idea of player feedback charging every decision in order to drive monetization, fuck off.
If you're a marketing team with, like, a budget, like a proper budget, you know, you regularly work on, like, AAA titles, like big budget games, no, make something new.
Right.
Make something totally different. Don't make something that's, like, looks like it's underserved now, because I guarantee you, every single game company who just made a Dead Space game is looking at that same thing. Stop it, make something new.
Yep. Like,
make something only you can make with that bajillion-dollar budget that you never thought you were gonna ever have your hands on as a baby game designer. Make that game. I want that game, whatever it is.
I guarantee you that whatever algorithms you're writing to make your budgeting decisions for you, probably use the same general logic as other companies' algorithms that they're using to make their decisions for them.
100%. And so we're just gonna end up with the same thing again. 1,500 Dead Space games. And the really good one, whatever one is the best Dead Space game that comes out of this, like, group, is absolutely gonna get, like, slid through. Like, no one's gonna play it at first because there's, everybody is making a Dead Space game right now. So, like, I've got 15 Dead Space games to play, and I'm not gonna play them all at the same time because otherwise it's just like, oh, it's another Dead Space game.
The last part of this that I really take umbrage with is basically him talking about this like it's fucking cigarettes. Or he's like talking about the compulsion loop.
What is a compulsion loop? Is that like where I feel like I'm forced to play your game? Is that your login and your dailies?
Well, the idea is that you're playing the thing and you reach a point of like conclusion or satisfaction, and it's that moment that triggers you into starting the cycle over again without stopping playing for the day. Like, how long is the compulsion loop? Like,
gross.
Right. Like, this is, like...
That sounds shitty and predatory, all at the same time.
Right. And when you, like, look at video games which are designed around compulsion loops, like, it's again, very, very obvious. I would now like to point to the Ubisoft open world game as, like, the best example of that. And I would say, like, I don't care which Ubisoft open world game it is. Like, it doesn't matter if it's Far Cry, it doesn't matter if it's Assassin's Creed, it could be Ghost Recon, whatever.
Did you hear about the Assassin's Creed thing, by the way? Is that on here? Are we talking about that today?
Which Assassin's Creed thing?
Oh, that they're not going to let you play Assassin's Creed anymore, even if you have the game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, not only are they doing that, they're doing it super fucking dirty, because they, so it's specifically Assassin's Creed Liberation.
Yeah. Which, I checked. It's not in our show doc, so we can go here real quick.
And Ubisoft put it on sale in the Steam sale, and then after the Steam summer sale was over, announced, and this will stop being active as of September 1st.
What a fucking dick move! Wow.
So they saw...
Jesus Christ. So they sold a bunch of copies and then went, haha, joke's on you.
This will stop working September 1st. Drink shit in hell, and just like...
What a fucking dick move. I'd be so mad. God damn.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
That's wild to me and they got away with that. Essential. I mean, they haven't quite gotten away. You know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
Like, they're not having to issue mass refunds or some shit.
Right. And, like, what absolutely, like, blows my mind is the number of fucking people I have seen on the internet simping for this publicly traded corporation being like, hey, look, to be fair, you'll still be able to play this game if you buy it as part of the Assassin's Creed 3 Deluxe set. Like, if you buy Assassin's Creed 3 Deluxe, you get Assassin's Creed Liberation part of it. And that version of the game will continue working. And I'm like, so what you're telling me is that you think it's fine that literally a bunch of people who just bought this video game...
Just bought it. Literally just bought it.
That their sale is no longer going to be viable, and that the reason you think that's fucking okay is because they have the opportunity to buy it again. Like, that's your...
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is their argument.
And that blows my fucking mind. That absolutely blows my mind. Like...
This is the one problem I have with, like, games as a service games, Is, like, once the server shut down, that's it.
Well, to be fair, Tegan. Like, this isn't an issue of, like, games as a service, because, like, Assassin's Creed Liberation is not a gas.
Right, it's not even a gas. That's I think the worst part of it. Like, that side note to everything else, games as a service games are not my favorite because of that. But, like, this isn't even a games as a service game.
Right. Yeah, this is a...
super trashy, extra evil.
This is a self-contained, single-player fucking experience.
Extra evil points for you!
So here's a part where, like, because one of the things that we like to do on this show is we like to sing the praises of people who do shit ethically and do shit well.
Right.
So here's a part where I get to talk about itch again and buying video games on itch. Because when you buy video games on itch, they have no DRM on them, meaning that no one can remotely make your video game stop working because they have no DRM.
Mm-hmm.
So once you have the game, you have it forever, no fuckery. Also, on itch, developers get to keep more of their money.
Mm-hmm.
And as a bonus, itch frequently puts together viable charity bundles for real fucking causes, unlike Humble, which has just turned into a shadow fart of its former self.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, like Itch is currently running a bundle for various state abortion funds. So there you go.
They're doing really well too. Good for them.
Yeah. So it's not even like digital delivery of games is bad. Like that's like I am not here to say that. What I'm here to say is that like if your digital delivery of games is driven by a lack of ethics, where you're just like I'm going to remotely disable things, like the problem isn't digital delivery. Digital delivery is good. It has a smaller environmental footprint. We're making less plastic tattle in factories. It's just up to people who do it to not be pieces of shit,
not be shitholes, yeah.
Which is apparently too big an ask for Ubisoft.
I mean, we knew that though.
God. So
we could run down a summary of like Ubisoft is shitty because if we wanted,
right.
We could do a whole episode on just Ubisoft is shitty because,
right. And so like.
We are once again asking you to reconsider purchasing any fucking Ubisoft games.
I cannot even tell you how much I want to play that fucking Rabbids game, but
not anymore though.
Yeah, like I don't care where the fuck they go in the next Assassin's Creed game. Like,
yeah, I also don't give a shit. Like, this is not good. It's not nice. It's not player first. It's not. Like anything.
And so I guess to bring it back to the story that prompted this conversation, it's just weird that like John Riccitiello was so like mask off with these comments, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because
he felt fully confident saying those things out loud on the record.
Right. And
out loud on the record.
And usually when they send out like their evil circus bears, like the evil circus bears, like at least remember to say stuff like, here at Corporation X, we believe in power to the players, or something like that.
Yeah,
like,
right, or some shit. Right, yeah.
But he's like, no, man, get you hooked and fuck you hard, and just like, oh.
Amazing.
So it's...
What a fucking trash fire. What a garbage company and man.
So
like, how do they keep getting away with that?
I don't even know. So
how do they keep getting away with that, man-ass, as jaguars eat their face? You know? Like, someone really should stop them.
So in summary, fuck John Riccitiello and fuck those like him.
Yep.
Tegan?
Wholeheartedly agree, yes.
I believe you have a story to share.
I do. I have my own story. Isn't that exciting?
Yep.
I'm so glad. My story is about The Sims and EA. Mostly The Sims, though. So in the new Sims expansion, the high school years, you will be able to be Arrow and Ace and gay and lesbian. It's very exciting. Sims 4 publisher EA continues to update the game's gender and sexuality options. During a press preview, the developers detailed new options for sexual orientation in the Create a Sim menu. Players can choose who their sim is romantically or sexually interested in, and you can also turn that off. Right now, the options are limited to a binary men or women. The Sims 4 lead designer Jessica Croft explained that the high school year's free update is a first version of the intended feature, and the system is built to be expandable to include non-binary Sims in the future. And she explained further in a developer blog published Friday, and I'm going to quote this. I'll try to be very transparent with this one. This is due to technical limitations. As stated above, mechanically, non-binary Sims don't yet exist in The Sims 4. You still have to make a binary gender selection for your Sim at creation, regardless of pronoun settings. We hope that we've shown our commitment to improving representation of gender identities with features such as gender customization, which allows you to modify the physical frame, clothing preference, pregnancy, and toilet use options. We look at the pronouns update as another important step toward better representation of non-binary genders, but we also acknowledge that pronouns are not the same thing as gender identities. And like with the previous gender and sexuality related updates, EA has been working with LGBTQ+ organizations to help advise them on these changes. So they're working with essentially like sensitivity readers to make sure that all of this feels good. Good for them! Honestly. Good for the Sims. I'm happy for Sims fans.
I'm going to say good for EA here, because another thing I try to commit to on this show is when companies get something right, which is meaningful, and I don't mean like, when I say meaningful, I don't mean like making the flashy button go boom boom happy. I mean,
right.
I mean being a respectful citizen of the fucking planet.
Yep.
Then I like to call that out. One of the things I've really, really enjoyed EA doing in the last year, and this has definitely been part of that, is being very, very transparent about their development process.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing just how much total pre-alpha garbage footage they shared of Dead Space, where they're just all right, all you see right now is a floaty ball in a gray room, but
we're working on it. This will eventually be something.
Right. And they did the same thing with Skate 4. Where they've been very, very forward and exposed, talking about the development process, and they've done a lot more work on ensuring that there is more gender diversity and more racial diversity throughout their leadership. At EA as well. And so I look at this and I'm not here to say that EA is beyond dunking. Please dunk away. But I also am a big fucking fan of if somebody has made significant strides, call them out. EA has definitely made significant fucking strides. There's really no part of this story that you shared, Tegan, that I think actively could at this time be made better. They did the thing. They could have launched it as is and then ignored talking about how it's currently set up as a binary. Then just been ride it out. They could have done that. But being hey, here's how it is now. Here's where we're going. Here's why it is this way right now. Every part of this tastes good.
Yeah, the fact that they specifically took this time to say hey, right now this is a binary. We understand that's not how this works, but we have a systems limitation issue that we are actively trying to work around. Is so good,
Absolutely.
Genuinely 100% good for EA. They deserve the flowers on this one. They're working to actively make the game more inclusive for the community that plays it.
Big win.
Good for them. Good for them. I hope they continue to do this with other stuff as well in their games. I hope these changes here, as shown in The Sims, spread into other games that EA is developing. You know? And not just pronoun options and not just like body wireframe options. Like, I hope this is the beginning of a series of positive changes in how EA develops their games.
And
like the inclusivity choices they're making.
It's hard to not be hopeful with the transparency that they've already shown on Skate and Dead Space. Because,
it really does look like a new era for the company. At least a little bit, you know?
And Ubisoft, like, please take fucking note, because I'm... At this point, if somebody asked me, Brian, are you willing to buy a $60 package product from EA? I would be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but...
I would be too!
Yeah. So...
At least from, like, this team, you know? Like, these things are important. People deserve to see themselves in video games, like, in the most literal sense possible.
Yep. Absolutely. Do we have a Rocky?
No, I don't think so.
Then...
There's no Rocky story listed here anyway.
Okay, so give me a second to finish eating this burrito.
Yeah, no worries. Eat your burrito.
Delicious green chili burrito.
Good. Sounds good. I'm gonna get some lunch after this. Or I guess dinner. I had a late start to my morning, and then I spent most of it waiting in line to get a COVID test, so, you know. There's only so much you can do.
I saw a collage of pictures on Twitter of signs that said free COVID test where the free was now crossed out.
Ugh.
Because of the end of federal funding.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought about all those fucking police departments that are now getting COVID money.
Yep. Yep, this sure is the bad place.
Yep.
God, I hate it here.
Yeah.
Alex and I are legitimately looking at, like, where our line in the sand is for when we, like, where we just decide fuck it and leave the country. Which I know is not a privilege that, like, everyone can have, but...
Yeah.
You know. Take advantage of your escape routes while they're available or whatever.
Okay.
Okay!
Would anyone like to hear a story about about unethical fuckery and video game monetization?
Don't we have a number of stories about unethical fuckery and video game monetization?
I think, to be fair, we just have the two this week, because we got the one about, like, John Riccatello being like, mask off.
Right.
And then...
So what's this one about, then?
So this one is about the video game Fall Guys.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
That cute little Bean Boy game?
Cute little Bean Boy game.
Cute little Bean Boy. What'd the Bean Boys do?
Well, on July 8th, a Reddit thread exploded.
Disgusting. I already hate it. Don't like Reddit, already hate this story.
Right. And it was players talking about how, while browsing Fall Guys, the game had accidentally triggered purchases for in-game items for them.
Oh no! With real-world money or with in-game currency?
Both, Tegan. Both.
Oh no! Oh, that's not good.
Right.
That's super not good. Obviously, that was all refunded, right?
Oh. Glad you asked.
Uh-huh.
So, in this Reddit thread, hundreds of people provided screenshots of them reaching out to Mediatonic, saying like, "Hey, I didn't make this purchase, but it just automatically processed the purchase. Like I did not buy this."
Right, I was on this page, but I did not purchase this item.
Right, and to which Mediatonic said, "Tough rocks, no refunds."
What? No, not really. No, you're kidding.
Yeah.
They said get mad about it? Cry?
That's exactly what they said.
Wow, that's so shitty.
They
really said Fall Guys free to play now, haha, unless.
Yep. So the game was doing stuff like skipping over the confirm purchase prompt, and people who were finding that they had used stuff like Alt-Tab to close the game on PC were finding that they had purchases completed by tabbing out.
Huh?
Yep.
That doesn't sound right at all. Like, none of this sounds right, but that super doesn't sound right.
And here's another fun one. People who have their Fall Guys account linked to multiple platforms, including Nintendo Switch, found that once they logged into the game on the Switch, that their in-game currency that they paid for with real-world money disappeared.
What?
Yeah, so like if you maintain your Fall Guys account on both PC and Switch, once you logged in on Switch, your money disappeared.
Uh-oh. Gamers, that sounds like a lawsuit.
And like this thread was getting into the thousands of posts. People were posting videos of the actual error on the game, showing it happening on PC, showing it happening on all three.
So it's like super well documented on top of everything else.
Oh yeah. And then they were posting like their help tickets from Mediatonic, where Mediatonic was telling them to like gargle shit.
Right. Get fucked and die.
Right. And so once this spilled off of Reddit and spilled onto Twitter, and then had articles at Kotaku and IGN and Polygon, earlier today, 9 days after the original Reddit thread, Mediatonic issued a statement that said, "Whoops, everybody, we didn't realize this was happening. Oopsies."
You fucking did! Shut the hell your mouth! You did. You knew.
Like, this isn't the user experience that we try to create. Don't worry. We're going to work back through refund requests that we received as far back as June 21st, and we're going to honor those requests. And also, hey, everybody, as for part of your inconvenience, everybody gets a free skin. Aren't you happy now?
No, I'm not happy now. What the hell? What the actual shit?
I'm just like, they literally chose do nothing until there was significant media pressure. Until there were multiple outlets covering the story and like trending activity on Twitter, they chose to do like the policy was get fucked until like it was hurting their brand.
Wow, yeah. Oh, that's not good. Among Us would never.
And my favorite part of their like admission is that they already have a backdated date that they've identified of, which is from before this thread emerged on Reddit, which means there was some kind of error, there's some kind of bug, they know about it. So like, how long have they known the bug? Like, how long have they known the bug existed? Were they denying refund requests when they knew there was a bug? Like, what the fuck? And also,
oh, that's not good.
And what about all of the people who didn't necessarily have the experience of like making an unwanted purchase, but like where they logged in on PC and then Switch and then their money just didn't was just gone because
Yeah, it was just gone.
right, because now there's no there is no purchase to refund there. It's just their balance changed.
Mm-hmm.
Like what a mess. What an absolute mess.
That's bad.
Yeah.
That's not even like a little bad. That's real bad.
Yeah, I mean, especially for like a game with like an active user base of something like fucking 2.5 million people.
Yeah. And like the fact that they didn't acknowledge it or like anything until enough people got like pissy about it online. That's I don't like that trend either. That's I think my least favorite trend in gaming.
Yeah. Like how long can we get away with it? Like just
Yeah, I really shouldn't have to make a stink about something on Reddit and then on Twitter and then everywhere else for you to fix my problem, you know? Like I get it if it's like, oh, this is specifically a user error you're having and we are looking into it sort of thing, but like that was just straight up, how long do you think we can ignore this problem before it just goes away? You know, this person might stop playing Fall Guys, but that's okay because we have hundreds of thousands of other users who are willing to play the game. Yikes. Yikes.
oh, yeah, like because now all I'm going to think about when I think about Fall Guys is the game that said, "Will this free skin make you shut up?" Like,
Yeah. Like, if I wasn't one of the people affected by it, the free skin probably would make me shut up. But if I had, like, several hundred purchases that were like that, probably not.
right?
You know?
Yeah. Not great. Not great.
And I'm the kind of person who, like, tabs into a bunch of different skins, especially if I'm trying to, like, figure out which one I want. Imagine, oh, God.
Yep.
Oof.
We have one more story.
Yeah.
And it is about Bayonetta 3.
Oh, we got some Bayonetta 3 news, didn't we? That they just fucking dropped out of nowhere? Like the release
We sure
date?
did. They're just like, oh, BT dubs, this will be out in October.
Yeah, by the way, haha!
Yeah.
Here you go, bestie. We know you've been waiting for a while.
Oh.
What the fuck? Like, that couldn't go... That's news that absolutely would have been in whatever the proper, like, Switch E3 announcement is, right?
Which is certainly, like, leaving a lot more people, like, absolutely fucking, like, confused about the current state of, like...
What is going on at Nintendo?
Yeah. Like,
yeah. Me too, honestly. I have concerns. You know? But whatever. I guess. Fuck me.
So, like, you know, this makes for a good aside. Did you hear the news about E3 2023?
How it's going to be an in-person event?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard
And
that.
did you hear that they're bringing in the events company that runs PAX to run E3?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good interesting, but it is interesting.
So, like, they have sold some percentage of the, not all, but a percentage of the ownership of E3 to this events company. And the idea is to pivot E3 to being a more consumer-focused event. And I'm like...
Instead of a major marketing event. Okay.
And so PAX is. And I'm like, okay, like, you know, news always trickles out of PAX. But I'm like, the thing is that, like, E3 is so bound up in, like, what the name of, like, E3 means things because E3 has meant things now for, like, over 20 years, like, close to 25 years, like, E3 has meant something. And I'm just trying to picture, like, an E3 where, like, no news comes out of it, really, but, like, a bunch of doofballs get on a plane to LA. I
hope it's not that. I hope it's not a doofball, but not a bunch of doofballs on a plane in LA.
Yeah.
If it is, I hope we're invited.
Like it. I mean, the best part of E3 is like, I mean, the best part of E3 is a bunch of people who work in the industry getting an excuse to get together and see their friends. The second best part of E3 is like news coming out of E3.
Yeah, it's like the organized distribution of news. I think that's the thing that's been missing from online E3 is the organized distribution of news.
Right. I mean, last year feels like it was a mess because literally anybody that had $20 got to buy a slot.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, when the ESA says that anybody who is an ESA member in good standing can buy a slot and have a presentation, like I think that there needs to be some kind of test applied by the ESA, being like, okay, how close is this to go to ready to market? Like, can you submit some kind of prototype? Like either.
Is there a playable prototype that will be available?
Yeah,
something.
To the like, if there's no prototype for the ESA, then like, or if you're a publisher with like X number of games, setting some kind of like benchmark for like what percentage of your games that you're going to talk about at E3 like have a prototype. Like, oh, okay, like
right, or will be available like later that day.
Right. It's like, okay, do 80% of your games have prototypes or something like that. Like, or in the case of fucking in television last year, which was like total like phantom vaporware bullshit mania. Like the console wasn't real, the games weren't real, like that, and it has been.
Yeah, none of that was.
None of it was real, and it's been a farce ever since then. Like. And those people had like 30 minutes from the ESA. Like,
yeah, there's really, yeah,
yeah.
I get it.
So like, I think a lot of people use E3 just as a shorthand for like the like 3 or 4 conferences that they might watch for like major publishers. So like, oh yeah, it's that time that like Microsoft and Nintendo and EA and Ubisoft do a thing, and it's like,
right,
and it's like, well, yeah, but there's also going to be literally like another 24 ESA like sponsored presentations on the formal E3 feed, and a lot of those are just straight up horseshit. Like last year, there was like the Verizon wireless presentation.
Oh God, yeah, there was. That was really bad.
Right, remember poor Rocky sitting through that, like, be like, yeah.
Yeah, immediately was like, afterwards was like, I could have done anything with that time and it would have been spent better.
And so, like, I think that, like, making the actual environment of E3 more customer-focused is fine, as long as they do a couple things. Like, one, long lines for a few number of prototype stations are fine if, like, the people standing in those lines are journalists and retailers. But, like, John Q. Public waiting 6 hours to play, like, Doki Dorito 85, is not a good time.
No, it's not. It's not a good look either.
So, like, there needs to be, like, more stations. There also needs to be adequate foot room. Also, like,
and adequate ventilation and adequate like food options.
And the LA Convention Center is old, and ability access isn't like a consideration for something like that. Like, are people who have,
and it needs to be if it's gonna be a fully public event, like that shit needs to be considered.
Mobility considerations are real. Like there are going to be people who have like slowed walking or are wheelchair users, like. And if you're focusing on doing a bunch of like visual presentations, then what options do you have for the visually impaired? What options again, we like to shout out when people do things right. I can continue to love the fact that like Microsoft offers both like a descriptive feed for their E3 presentation and an ASL feed for their presentation. Like chef's kiss, awesome.
They're doing it right. They're literally saying we're including as many gamers as possible, and then literally including as many gamers as possible.
Down to doing stuff like making their accessibility controller open source and inviting Nintendo and somebody to use it. Yeah.
Right. And inviting like the community to give them feedback on like what other things they would add to it, and then just making those parts available.
Right. So like if you're going to make E3 a public space, then it should probably include things more panels, like where people can go and hear like groups talk on like, because when I think about public facing conventions, the things that are interesting to me are interesting conversations in smaller groups. Like when I go to a con, I love to go to the panels. I want to hear people talk about interesting topics and topics of interest. And I usually associate those with like different types of video game gatherings than E3. Like I think about like more developer focused conventions, which aren't heavily marketing. Like Nintendo will occasionally like open the vault and talk about postmortems of video game developments at developer conferences. Like, what was it, a couple years ago? They like postmortemed Breath of the Wild, and they're like, they're like, here's some of the batshit crazy things we were thinking about doing in Breath of the Wild, and like, here's the part where there were flying saucers in the game for a hot minute.
Right, yeah, and it's like, wait, you mean like in, and they were like, yeah, exactly like in that one Majora's Mask level. Yeah, no, we wanted to bring that back.
Yeah.
It's like, they wanted to what?
And it just like, that kind of visibility into like the history of the development of a game is like fascinating. Or the really good presentation that IO Interactive did on like the way that the design philosophy toward levels in Hitman. They're like, all levels in Hitman are either Swiss cheese or snail shells. And I'm like, wait a minute. And then they explain what they meant. And I'm like, oh my god, all Hitman levels are either Swiss.
You're like, they are though. Yeah. And like, you can see that now.
Yes. And that
kind of shit's cool.
Right. And like if it's going to be more public focused, then give folks the opportunity to hear stuff like that. Because I need that up. I think you need that up.
Oh, absolutely.
You really want to make money? Give me a chance to buy that shit remotely. Let me sit on my couch and watch these panels, and I will do so live. And that'll probably make the fucking medicine of 3 days of marketing go down easier. If I can actually hear developers talking about interesting design philosophy stuff for a few days, when somebody's like, hey, buy Combat Squirrel 5, like, I'll be like, all right. I'll
You're like, maybe. I'll consider it. Let me see what the postmortem on this guy's other games are.
Right. Exactly.
Or whatever. Yeah. You know what would make marketing go down easier? If the fucking the Game Awards actually did shit with like, these are our nominees, and then like talked about why they're nominated, and then showed us the winner and said, and coming up from this developer next, and then showed me their marketing. That would be a lot better.
Well, Tegan,
you know?
I have an alternative for you, Tegan. Like, what if I told you they had a world exclusive?
Uh-huh. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care about world exclusives. I'm so tired. I want people who are being celebrated for doing good in video games to like actually be celebrated for the things that they did in the video game, and not be like bombarded with shit I do not care about.
So back to good in video games.
Yeah, back to good in
Let's
video
talk
games.
about this Bayonetta 3 thing.
Yeah.
They're introducing a new mode in Bayonetta 3 called Naive Angel Mode.
Okay, that sounds suggestive.
And Naive Angel Mode is a feature that is, quote, designed to help players fully enjoy the game, which will allow for players to toggle the amount of in-game nudity in Bayonetta 3.
Oh, it's for people like me. I didn't know how there was a lot of in-game nudity. Oh no. So glad I've been informed that that's going to be in there.
And in looking at the work which has been done in the trailer, like, it's clear that they created entirely different assets. Like, that the creation of Naive Angel Mode represents like a massive amount of work. Like this does not feel like a sloppy rush job, like that like Platinum really went to the nines to do this with the creation of all these assets. Like this is not insignificant.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I should also like this makes me want to like pause and talk here about like Platinum and accessibility in other ways. Like Platinum is also like has really really clear language in all of their menu settings about like about difficulty settings, and they generally have like a huge amount of difficulty options in their games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bit foggy trying to remember the settings in Near Automata, but I recall there being like, in addition to like the general difficulty settings, like separate settings for just combat.
I think. So.
Yeah. And then like, so if all you wanted to tweak the difficulty up for in Near Automata, you could tweak just combat, and like their historical like difficulty accessibility options are like very well explained, have a wide variety, and like going as far back as the original Bayonetta, like they made sure that like anybody who wanted to play the game was not going to be left out for reasons of like difficulty or hand mobility. Like literally Wonderful 101 and Bayonetta 2 both have single hand play mode for the disabled. Like, do you only have use of one hand? Here's a one hand.
Mm-hmm. Here's how you
right.
can do that.
And I remember like a whole bunch of people being like, ho ho ho, one handed mode for Bayonetta 2. And I'm like, no, you fucking degenerates. Like, this is not what this.
I mean, also, you fucking degenerates. I'm not gonna judge you. I will judge you, but I will judge you in the privacy of my own home for shit like that.
Yeah, I just.
If that's how you want to do it, then you know what, good for you.
I mean,
if it forces other developers to make that an option, fucking fine. I don't care.
It's like this. This is about accessibility. This is about getting people more access to the game, and like I think that like the vibe and the energy that Bayonetta has is something that will like could potentially speak to a lot of people, and I think that something like this will get more people to engage with Bayonetta. Like I'm really looking forward to you fucking with Bayonetta 3. Like it's
if they're including a less nudity mode, I will definitely fuck with Bayonetta 3. Like, because I don't want to say like I'm sensitive. I just don't, I just don't like it. It's fine, but like,
right. But
if it doesn't do anything for the story, I don't think it needs to be in it.
And this is, of course, like opened the rift of people on the internet who were like, but the story, the vibe, like.
I mean, that's fine. She'll still be naked for you. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, this is literally the argument that people have been making now for years for Dark Souls, right? That like, if you want to play Dark Souls with like a hot poker up your ass, no one's stopping you.
Yeah, no one's stopping you.
And this is this.
Who cares?
Like,
why do you care?
This is the same kind of fucking thing. Like, if you want the full Bayonetta, you can have the full Bayonetta, and like it is entirely possible. And like I watched the video that Nintendo put out where they showed the side by side comparisons of the regular mode versus the Naive Angel mode. The design work that they did on these Naive Angel assets is really fucking good. Like it does not feel like in any way the design of the figures has been compromised in it. Like I look at it and I'm like, that looks like Bayonetta to me, like I and like they could have done it and just made like some kind of like weird, like she was just like wearing a black cat suit or something. Like they just like
Yeah. They could have done a Catwoman or
right,
whatever.
and
people probably would have been fine
Yeah.
with it, I guess, you know?
yeah, but like they really did create costuming and design that continues to like evoke like the vibe and the style of Bayo. Like there is a way.
She's still sexy. She's just not hanging it all out there.
Right,
and that's
and so then I saw the other criticism of Naive Angel Mode, which is that Naive Angel Mode doesn't go far enough.
What?
Yes.
What do you mean far enough?
It's
the not sexy mode.
They're
like they want it to be less
right.
sexy.
They're like she still poses, she's still provocative, she's still like talks in ways where like she's like weaponizing her sexuality for power. I'm like, yeah, all of that because that's the character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
yeah,
fine.
and they're like, well, if you want people to play the game who are uncomfortable with sexuality, then, and I'm like, well, that's literally not what they said they were offering. Like they said that this was about nudity. Like they said this was about nudity, not sexuality. Like, right?
She needs to be sexy.
And this is like,
no one is mad the sexy lady is sexy. Like, are you mad the sexiest lady is sexy?
Right. It's
you know she's gonna be sexy. She's the sexy lady. She can still act sexy and be totally covered up. Like,
and so when I see criticism of it, which is like, why is she still posing? Why is she still, why is she still Dommy? Why is she still?
Because she should be. That's who
right.
She is as
and
a person.
Like, what do you want this mode to do? Do you want her to like drive from level to level like she's filing her taxes and just like shoot the biblically accurate angels and then leave? Just what would happen? Like, do you want entirely different cutscenes? Like, what do these fucking people want? So, like, the people who are like Naive Angel Mode doesn't go far enough. Like, I don't like. This is a case where like there's two groups of people who I don't understand their criticism. Like, people who are like complaining that it exists, like tough, like because these are the same people who normally scream stuff like respect developer decisions. I guarantee you, every one of those people, if I were to talk to them about Dark Souls, would say respect developer decisions. I'm like, well, here the developer decided to include this. So why aren't you respecting developer decisions in this case?
I mean, also, like, you don't have to play with that mode on if you don't want to, so it's super not affecting you.
And on the other hand, there comes a point where you should look inside yourself and go like, well, maybe this just isn't the fucking video game for me. Like, if you decide that Naive Angel Mode is not enough, then, like, was Bayonetta ever the game you wanted in the first place? Because
no, it wasn't. Like, very clearly it was not.
Like, because there's an identity and a lore and a vibe, and if you don't want to engage with that shit, there are literally a zillion other games to play. Play them.
Play all of them. Like, you don't have to play Bayonetta.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's not like you're being excluded from the gaming space entirely. Just because you don't want to see, like, this silhouette of a titty or whatever.
Good lord. Good lord.
Like, I don't want to see Bayonetta posing all sexy, personally. Like, I get it. Not, like, when she's half naked, because it feels very, like, objectifying and that kind of thing, and I get it. Like, more power to her. That's not what I want. And so them saying, like, hey, here's an option where, like, she's a little more covered, but she's still gonna do the cool-ass poses and stuff. Like, yes, I'm in for that. 100% I'm in for that. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, it's... And, like, virtually everybody I see, like, cosplaying Bayonetta, right? They're cosplaying her, like... I'm not going to get into the ridiculously complicated lore of Bayonetta here for a second, because it is complicated. But...
I believe it.
Like, something that you will find out when you start to, like, play Bayonetta 3 is that her hair is the thing.
It is the costume.
Right? Like, her clothes are made of her hair. Right. And so
with special witchy magic stuff.
So the reason that she becomes naked during her, like, giant summon attacks and her combos is because she stops using her hair to make her clothes and instead uses it to do a summon or do a giant combo. Like, she's now, like, attacking with it instead.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I never see a cosplayer who's, like, not doing, like, her default regular combat. I don't see anybody who's like, okay, like, I'm doing Bayonetta, like, 80% uncovered. Like, even the Bayonetta cosplayers who are trying to do, like, a really, really, like, sexy presentation are not going for, like, the 80% uncovered giant hair crazy. Like, nobody's walking through a con floor dragging a giant hair weapon behind them. You know what? Knock wood. I say this now.
So, like, if they are, though, here's the thing: is a lot of cons have, like, minimum clothing requirements, you know. So, like, they might make the big hair prop. They may also choose to be covered so they don't get kicked out of the con.
But, like, even when you see all, like, the Bayonetta, like, photo shoots online and TikToks online and whatever, like, it's never the hair weapon. It's never the hair weapon. You know, like, it's like, it's here are my high heel stiletto guns and a fan and the bodysuit made of hair.
Right, and watch me bend over backwards. And do a cool pose.
Right. You know, and say things like, "Did you miss me, darling?" You know, just like,
yeah,
like,
exactly. Watch me look over you, look over the top of my glasses at you and say something that demeans you, but also turns you on because you have issues, you know, or whatever.
All right, that's we don't shame here. We don't kink shame here.
I'm not kink shaming. I'm just saying that's a thing that they do.
You're saying this because they have issues, taking that's kink shaming.
I mean, okay, because it's your kink. How's that? Is that better?
That is better. Yeah.
Okay. They look over the top of the glasses and they make an astute analysis of you, and you are turned on, even if it's maybe derogative, because you think it's hot, and that's okay.
Right.
Good for you.
There you go. And like, she has been one of the most, like, interesting characters in video games for the last 9 years. And part of the reason that has been is because she has been the subject of a lot of, like, very, very sincere, like, feminist discourse about, like, okay, like, there's no argument for the character of Bayonetta being disempowered. Like, the way she's written, like, she has, like, total agency through these games. She's always driving for whatever she wants. Like,
Brian,
yeah.
Did you inadvertently find a way to loop around to the fucking New York Times article about being hot by yourself?
I sure did!
You sure fucking did!
Yeah! And so, like, way to go, Bayonetta. Eat that fucking spaghetti.
Yeah, you go, Bayonetta. I'm proud of you.
Jesus. Man, we did it. We did it. We
did it!
We threaded the needle between a weird article in the Times to Bayonetta 3. Like, I'm
10 out of 10, I'm proud of us. I knew we could do it. I believed. I did not, in fact, believe. That's alright.
Well, I'm still, like, really looking forward to that. Like, I think that, like, what else is still coming out this year, Tegan?
Splatoon 3 is coming out. Pokemon Sapphire Nier Automata on Switch. With new costumes. One of those dead games. One of the Dead Space games. Oh, the Calypso Protocol. That's what's coming out.
I think
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I don't know. Games.
You know,
those are all the games I'm looking at.
You know,
my fucking Digimon Survive game is coming out in a week.
As far as
very excited about that.
As far as the Callisto Protocol goes, like, I'll believe it when I see it, because that thing's, like, scheduled for, like, the second half of December. And, like, I just know how often those, like, December release dates slip to Q1.
Yeah, I got it pre-ordered, so I'm okay. I'm gonna get it when it comes out. Well, I'm not gonna get it. Alex is gonna get it. I'll let you know how it is, sort of, from my place scouting behind the couch.
And, like, I don't think that there's anything that they've shown with the new Pokemon games that like has even the Pokemon fan base going like, oh, okay, this one's the revolution. I'm here for the revolution. Like,
no, the revolution happened.
yeah.
The revolution was absolutely Legends Arceus, and we want to see if they did anything with that, or if we're back in the trenches.
Yeah.
So we back in the mines. So
as near as I can tell, at least for me, like for the rest of this year, like Bayonetta 3, that's the big one. That's the fucking big one.
That's fair. It looks good. I hope it's good.
Yeah.
I hope you like it.
Oh man. I think this has been a podcast.
Yeah, I think so too. So hey everybody, this has been our podcast. It's called Impossible Coin. We do this every other week, technically. Normally Rocky does the ending, but this time I'm doing it. Haha. If you like what you hear, you can leave us a review on Spotify, iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, and not SoundCloud. We don't go there anymore. Fuck SoundCloud. You can check out the guy who did our music. It is by Big Sach, our kid brother of the show. His work is available on SoundCloud at soundcloud.com/BigSachNJ. Or you can follow him on Twitter at Hillary_Swank. Our logo is also a t-shirt, and it was designed by Lauren Moran. You can follow her on Twitter at Lauren Moran and consider donating to her Patreon because she does excellent work, obviously. We also have a Patreon. It is patreon.com/ImpossibleCoinPodcast. There you can find our bespoke watch-alongs, our show notes. If you want my feet pics, they're there for a fee, as usual. And otherwise, I think that's it. That's us. That's the show.
Speaking, would you consider revising that tier from foot pics to 7 seconds of footage of you eating spaghetti? Like the New York Times article?
Would. You know what? Yeah, I'll eat a new plate of spaghetti once a month if you want.
On video.
I want to eat the whole thing. Maybe can I do instead of spaghetti? What if I did fettuccine Alfredo?
You know, I mean, having watched this like video from the New York Times article, it looked like fettuccine Alfredo to me. So.
Well, that is not spaghetti. Those are very different things.
Yeah, another problem with the Times article.
Amazing.
But there you go. So vote now on your phones if you want the feet tier updated. Oh Lord, and thanks for stopping by. Peace.
Yeah. Bye.
It's official.